And hello, everyone, and welcome to our stream. I am of course, the author, and we are here tonight to play a Star Trek Adventures. We had a couple guest stars last week, and we managed to save Santa from the evil Breen. And yet another Avenger that we found.
I think we were able to save Christmas.
Yeah, I think we saved Christmas. Huh, okay. So this is not picking up the Huh, okay. Hopefully this works. Yeah, so I just started a job this week, and I had to run home really quick to get this stream started. But it's good to be back.
How's the new job?
It's still very much in that first week phase of signing paperwork and watching boring videos.
The HR phase.
The HR phase. But from the looks of it, they are managing things a little better and are actually trying hard not to lay off people instead of just running themselves face first into a wall and then suddenly have to lay off 20 people at once. So hopefully this will be a good longer term investment. How's everyone else doing? How's your week been?
Been going all right.
It's been wild.
Everybody's on vacation except me, so.
Yeah, Vera, weren't you on an airplane last week?
Yep. No, I'm back. That's how it goes.
Okay, now we have music from Chrome starting up. Maybe that'll fix things. And with that, let's get our adventure started. whoosh. And my momentum counter's all off. And there we go. Now that agrees with that, and we are good. So we begin. A few hours after Ross, us, and Sorrel make the shocking discovery that our Ferengi friend Grek, who is running the Silk Road Trade Commission, is both sick in your or sick bay after a transporter accident, and also still doing business on the promenade. It is now 10 o'clock at night. It's getting late. Some of the shops are closing down. Some of the bars are opening up. And we are left with a puzzle. And we are also left with Lieutenant Caleb Fox, who has admitted himself into the sick bay. No, to the brig. Different kind of holding cell.
Does the Ferengi on the promenade have a goatee?
He does not.
All right, so he's not evil.
Well, more evil than usual.
Well, yeah, it goes without saying for Ferengi.
Could it be a transported clone?
Considering what happened, it's highly possible.
Maybe.
So, Captain, while you were away, there was a slight incident, minor incident with the Ferengi. There was
Continue.
there was an altercation on the starbase. We tried to prevent it using the transporter. There were some issues during transport, and he suffered some minor injuries and was possibly duplicated. We're not sure about the last part, though.
I mean, was he still on? Is there at least evidence or footage of him actually beaming out?
Well, we were the ones doing the beaming, so.
Did anyone actually at least see him beam out? Because how those usually work is the person stays there, but the double gets beamed on.
I think it was me, Sorrel, and Fox were there when he was beamed out.
Did he disappear?
You can give me an insight command difficulty, insight engineering difficulty 1 if you want to double check that.
Oh yeah, let me find my sheet here.
Indeed, you did see a Grek the Ferengi fully dematerialize, along with Fox. So it didn't appear that the transport failed to dematerialize him and created a transport clone in that manner.
All right, so it wasn't us.
It wasn't you.
Okay, that's a relief. Now all we gotta do is figure out what what happened to him. Maybe he is a clone, or a double, or some guy just impersonating him.
Or maybe it's a split personality deal. The good Ferengi and the evil Ferengi. So I guess that's just one Ferengi? Yeah, man, that's weird.
Well, I checked. He doesn't have a goatee, so I think we're good. I mean, I suppose we could do some type of DNA check on the one in the promenade and the one in our sick bay.
Yeah.
Have we seen any more evidence of temporal shenanigans?
Not yet,
Well, that's
But-
good.
but the night is young.
The night is young.
That's another possibility. It could be a temporal duplicate of some time.
Yep. Which case, Petrion particles should tell the tale.
There is also the leading question about what to do with Lieutenant Fox. He did break some regulations back there.
Just a little bit.
Like what regulations?
All of them?
Well, he didn't violate the Prime Directive.
Yeah, and we didn't go to that one planet where they give you the death penalty. But
Well-
other than that,
Well, you see, what happened was I tried to forcibly apprehend a Ferengi. Completely ignored Rost. Took off Cyril's nerve pinch. Ignored Vera's pheromones. Broke shield emitters on the station, and then was beamed out.
Which led to
covers
the
it.
problem with the Ferengi.
On the plus side, I put myself in the brig.
So I guess what was it? Refusal to follow orders from a superior officer, assaulting. Anything else?
Damage to the ship, property damage,
Oh yeah, the starbase. Yeah.
starbase.
Destruction of Starbase. Not Starbase.
Property.
Yeah, Federation property.
Terrorizing citizens.
Yeah. Why was it you were so pissed off at him?
Now you want to know? No, I'm not telling you.
Well, fine. Be that way.
Fine, keep your secrets.
I'm trying to find the actual Okay, so officially he had 3 reputation dates: disobey, a excessive use of force, and illegal action.
What was the illegal action?
Forcibly a detaining a civilian and without probable cause.
So what do you want to do with him, Captain?
Above game, what are my options, GM?
You could take the heat from him, and you could scrub disobey and excessive use of force by retroactively clarifying that this Ferengi Grek was as a person of interest and possible that he could have fled.
Technically speaking, I actually think he had probable cause. That only requires reasonable suspicion, and I think he had reasonable suspicion. To put a little legal stuff in there.
And what was the reasonable suspicion, Sir?
So we learned that when we went to the trap, that they were communicating with a Ferengi back on the base, or I'm trying to remember back to the episode, but I believe that we learned that they were that of course the trap had been set up, that they were communicating with a Ferengi on the starbase. This is the only Ferengi that we've run into on the starbase, and the possibility that he's actually the Latin man, it certainly would justify detention. And
I don't
questioning.
think it was us that they are actively communicating with each other. It was the fact that Greks showed up on the starbase and started signing up civilian freighters.
Right.
It was the timing that was awkward.
Yeah, the time and of course the timing was let me offer you the security, safety on this trek out there, and then we go out there and it's a trap. And I think I said at the time I thought that this was some kind of protection racket, and I think we've only had confirming evidence since then.
I mean, if I recall, wasn't the Latin man the Ferengi I bought those probes from?
That's a suspicion, and you voiced. I'm not sure if you have any actual evidence for it.
Is that Ferengi that we can only have in the big remind me of that Ferengi that I bought those things from?
Those class 12 probes that were totally awesome, bruh.
Made out of pinball parts.
Made out of pinball parts. No, it's not. The Ferengi you bought them from was Tokar. The Ferengi you have in your medical bay is Grek. Totally different person. And you can run through his record. He is not related to a Tokar professionally or personally.
Okay. Is Captain Fred still in the station's brig?
Yes, Captain Fred Ed is still detained, and you can do questioning.
I wanted to see if Fred can give me some answers about like if he is related. The closest person who would know is Captain Fred.
Yeah, I guess we should find out if Captain Fred has actually ever seen the Latin man, or if he's just been working for him without having seen him.
That could be arranged. Let's go ahead and make this a roll. Control or presence command. Difficulty 2. And let's throw some mustard on that. But then the computers and command can help. So difficulty 2, complication 2, and the complication is to reflect the fact that, hey, one of your officers just kind of did something very public and very obscene on the promenade.
I am seeing if his thing was just said that way.
Mm-hmm. So you could spin this as you're investigating in the actions of your officer. That's totally viable.
Okay, so control command, take a threat GM for a third dice.
Okay.
Will diplomacy or leadership work?
Diplomacy, possibly investigation also. You're basically directly asking for a prisoner
How about forensics or Starfleet protocol?
I'll take forensics.
Okay,
Can I
and that
throw
is
in an
2.
assist?
Yes, you can assist. In helping him kind of give a case and present the paperwork in a logical manner. That is 3 momentum generated. You do have a you have approval for or a interview with Captain Infred. It's gonna be in the morning, though it's currently at night, so you have about 12 hours before you can meet him.
Oh, actually, add 1 more momentum because we got,
Oh yeah, the ship.
yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 momentum and 9 threat. Vera, what would you like to do at the moment?
So remind me, which because I failed the to resist like the time shift thing. Which history do I remember again? Do I remember everything being fine? Or
You don't remember Grek being beamed up and taken to sick bay. You remember just beaming up Fox by himself and nothing terrible happened. That's the timeline split you remember.
okay. So then I went to talk to Fox. I think that she doesn't know that anything's wrong, so she's probably just doing her job. Probably just checking out the her navigation system since we were in a little bit of a battle.
Mm-hmm. Checking navigational systems, drive systems. Sorrel, have anything you want to do throughout the night?
I'm going to have informed the captain and the commander. If I haven't, I'm not sure if I already informed the commander, but if I haven't, I will. Of my experiencing a shift in the space-time continuum, and that I believe Mr. Fox also experienced it.
What kind of shift in the space-time continuum?
Yeah, I forgot at the end of the episode. Some of you did experience a shift in time, and you remember 2 events. You remember 2 events ends clearly of beaming up Fox and Grek together and beaming up Fox by himself. Both of
Basically,
those.
everybody but Fox and Sorrel remember just Fox being beamed up.
Yep.
And I have visually confirmed that there is a Ferengi in sickbay.
There's a Ferengi in sickbay, and there's a Ferengi in the promenade, who has currently retired to his quarters for the night.
So yeah, Captain, I tell you all those things.
Perhaps we should invite the promenade Ferengi aboard for an interview?
Yes.
Under what guise? What are you interviewing him for?
We have no direct proof he was involved in the attack on the freighter, the fake attack on the freighter, right? We had a communication,
No.
but it wasn't linked to him.
Yeah, there was a communication, but it wasn't as a link to him. The communication was scattered.
Is there any kind of ownership relationship to that freighter that was attacked? Can we link that to him in any way if we do some type of dive on the records for them?
You did get a good scan of the freighter.
Thinking like registrations or, some kind of, paper trail.
Yeah, wouldn't be that hard. But the computers would help. Because ship recognition, it is a con task.
There we go.
There is no tie of ownership between the freighter you rescued and Grek, nor Tokar, nor the Hulk. It was tied to some Tellarite business. Mining consortium off of Tellar.
Well, let's go a little more generic. Is there any type of warrants out for him? Any suspected criminal activity? Something we could, pull him in on?
We already ran his records. They're squeaky.
Yep, already ran his records. They're squeaky clean. Which, for Ferengi, maybe his nose is a little too clean.
So we have probable cause for records tampering then, huh?
You could possibly swing that. You could also just have a vested interest in the Silk Road Trade Consortium.
There you go. That's it. We'll talk to him about the coordination of his consortium with Starfleet operations.
That would be a valid reason to get on board.
All right, I will.
Unfortunately, he is not answering in any communications. He leaves you a one voicemail essentially.
You still on the station?
Records indicate he is still on the station. He just retired for the evening.
Well, you could go knock on his door, so to speak.
What time of day is it? Evening?
It's like 10 p.m.
What's this? What's that?
Well, should we insist or wait for a more polite hour?
That.
It's up to you guys. You could assist, but he might not be as amiable if you wake him up from his beauty sleep.
How about we try again first thing in the morning, but I'd like station security to put a watch on his quarters to see if he leaves.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, but don't make it too obvious.
That could be arranged. Reasonable request, but not within your chain of command, and you want them to be discreet. Communications and con. Difficulty 3, complication 2, based on the nature of the request.
My security's not that great. Do we want to have Fox do this? Is he out of the doghouse or
You currently have the keys to the doghouse,
still in the doghouse?
so it's up to you guys if you want to bring him out of the doghouse. Because according to all of you except Sorrel and Fox, he never actually attacked Grek. And
Never got the chance to attack him in the original timeline either.
true,
Yeah,
there's
he
that too.
didn't physically attack him. He did assault in the sense of put him in reasonable fear of physical harm. Of course, if he's as a security officer, he may have been justified. So.
That's up to his commanding officers.
Yep.
Well, if I lived or if I experienced a timeline where he didn't do that, it's not like I can say he did. Other than his and Sorrel's word, but
That's interesting. So I'm not sure how all that RP we've done up to this point works. So it's sort of presumed we all knew, but now it seems like only I know, other than Fox himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, timeline. I'm kind of shifted and slipped a little bit.
Okay. So I remember that we reprimanded Fox, and I also remember that we didn't reprimand Fox. Interesting.
All right, so it appears Fox, you are free to go. Oh, should you wish to leave? You're not being detained and under any force but your own.
Well, if he's not being detained in the brig, he's returning to his quarters.
Seems reasonable.
well, hey. So now that you're not in the doghouse, would you mind doing me a favor? Contact your counterpart on the station to see about arranging.
I am not currently on duty, as I have just been released from the brig as per protocol.
Well, actually, I'm not sure you have, right? Because we've flipped over.
I
into
was in the brig
timeline.
up until recently, so I would not be allowed back on duty given that stance, regardless of the reason why I was in there.
Yeah, he's on probation.
Okay.
So I will be returning
just
to
didn't
my
know if there-
quarters and refraining from any active security investigations of any kind.
I guess my question is, if the timeline shifted and all that happened was Mr. Fox was beamed up. So wait, he still disobeyed orders though, so he still could have ended up in the brig, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
only the part about the transporter accident that's changed.
The
good
transport
point.
accident is the
Okay.
delta point, but up
I
until
think everything up to you trying to nerve pinch me is where they're at in the timeline.
Okay.
Because as of the last full session, you had talked me down, so you had no
Right.
reason to nerve pinch me.
Gotcha.
So I just disobeyed orders.
Okay. But still ended up in the brig. Okay. All right. I think I'm on board.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and make the roll. Just use a point of momentum for a third die.
okay.
Would a focus in Federation law and politics help?
It's not really law of politics. This would be Starfleet protocols.
See, the one thing I have a focus for and I can't use it. Man.
And no, you can't
Okay.
just try to focus on the whim.
Hey, we got it.
All right, you have it. Starbase is keeping an eye on him, but discreetly. If there's nothing else, we shall move to a new scene. At about 4 o'clock in the morning, wherever you guys would be, if you're still on duty shifts, the ship quiets down for the evening hours. Some of you might have retired to bed, and suddenly at 4 a.m., you get a call to yellow alert.
I will head to the bridge.
Ditto.
Yep.
And let me just switch this up here. Sir, we're detecting a peculiar subspace distortion.
How far?
Everywhere.
Could you put it on screen?
They attempt to put it on screen, and it looks, and Bailey, no, it's not Bailey, it's Patterson, and describes it as several key subspace ace bands are collapsing.
Subspace bands.
So, when you go into a warp, you manipulate certain subspace bands. Same thing when you use certain frequencies of subspace. There's technically infinite layers, but most technology only use a few key ones. If you're going to warp, you use like this frequency, this frequency. If you're communicating, you use a deeper frequency. Subspace sensors use a different one.
So like we're being jammed or disrupted.
This is a jam. A jam. If you're jamming someone, you just feel a channel of noise, much as you jam a radio signal. In terms of our technology, it's not that at your radio frequency channel 12 is being jammed. It's channel 12 no longer exists. You cannot get a radio wave on channel 12 to work anymore. It just will not. It won't propagate through subspace.
Is there any other spatial manifestation of this other than through communications?
Some communications, warp travel on certain speeds will be more difficult. It's hard to tell for sure, and it would vary from ship to ship.
How localized is this phenomenon?
As far as your sensors can see, and as far as the starbase sensors can see, that's why you were triggered a yellow alert. So, at least 20 light years.
I don't know. It's suspicious.
Best we can do is try to find a way to work around it.
Is there any apparent cause?
We don't even have a theory how this works, sir.
Well, get on it. Mister.
Okay.
And Sorrel will also start to get on it.
Sorrel, you can and start a scientific investigation, or you can start with some sensor scans.
Probably start with some sensor scans, moving to scientific investigation after.
Yeah, because that's not a lot to go off of. I'm assuming you want to scan the entire sector.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Start
okay.
wide and move in.
All right, that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be difficulty 5 because you're scanning everything. So you're just gonna get a
figured.
ton of raw data you have to sift through.
Can I assist with that at all?
Why we wear the insignia. All right. So we reach.
Maybe.
Yes, you can.
Oh, my chat isn't scrolling down. Right.
I will spend those 2 momentum and the rest in threat to take 5 die.
Would I be able to use con if I'm helping from the helm? Or no?
Yeah, you can do a con override.
All right. Here's my assist.
Nice.
Nice. So we have 5. So that is 4 momentum generated.
That's a lot of momentum.
I have a feeling we're gonna need it.
Captain, we're getting some telemetry back. It seems that there's been some kind of shift of stars in our sector, changing their relative position by several billion kilometers. A dozen stars are so affected of the 100 we have currently scanned. This would be not normal stellar drift of any kind.
Especially not this quickly.
Can you figure out a cause or a source of what's happening?
We're going to effort that, Captain. Glue yourself to that panel, Mr. Patterson. scanning to do.
Aye, sir.
Yes, Captain, the subspace bands are dead. There's no noise, no CMB radiation. We're getting nothing. Almost like they've been closed off at the quantum level. We do still have channel 11, channel 13, but channel 12 forbidden.
Yeah. The way I'm thinking it is kind of like a quantum energy, a jump. So, an electron can only have x energy or x plus 1 energy. It can't go in an integer. If you warm up an electron on a little bit, it physically won't jump to the next level until it completes the quantum jump.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense on a quantum M scale. It doesn't make sense for subspace. Subspace is very large and granular. It shouldn't be doing quantum jumps like this, especially on the subspace bands that you set your equipment to.
This seems to be violating the laws of physics, Captain. So, would it be reasonable now to move to scientific investigation to determine the cause?
Do you feel you have enough evidence to create a hypothesis?
Well, all right. Before we do that, let's move on to a targeted scan of these dozen stars that have shifted. I want to target the scans on the stars in their current relative position, and I also want to target the scans on their past or their previous relative position based on our expected telemetry.
Okay, and you're just looking at the 12 stars and comparing and contrasting their position?
Yeah, that's kind of what I want to try.
Do you want just the position, or do you want additional information?
Oh, I do want additional information.
So all the information about those 12 stars.
Yes.
Raven, thank you for coming in today. Yes, we are having fun. We are currently looking into a mystery of, for some reason, some of the waves of the subspace AC have collapsed in ways that we are not expecting. And we are currently poking around and trying to find out what exactly is going on. So, Sorel, difficulty for reason science. You do have a smaller pool. Instead of hundreds of stars, you're looking at specifically just the 12, but you're still like needle in a haystack doing broadband and scans of 12 stars from over 10 light years away.
Okay. I'll testing a theory to get an additional die there,
Absolutely.
and I'll spend 2 momentum to get up to 4 on the roll.
All right.
Same assists.
Yes. In fact, Vera can definitely use con if you're comparing contrasting in positions, looking at stellar cartography.
Absolutely.
And Vera, you can also use the astronavigation focus.
Gotcha.
All right, you got one but you have a complication. You want to push through that?
We'll quash the complication in 2 moments.
All right. Initially, our computers are just filling up with a lot of data. It's pulling up like sub plasma currents on the stellar surface of these stars, and you're like, no, that's too much. Ignore that data. Just give me these parameters, and we'll look at that. So, you do find that these 12 stars have shifted. They have all shifted in the same relative direction. Almost as if the rug was ripped out from underneath them and they all just kind of fell the same direction.
Is there anything in that direction that might explain that?
Gonna take a little bit of math. No. Control con. You are grasping at straws here, so pretty high roll, but the computers can help. Vera, go ahead and give me a control con difficulty 4 to draw the trajectories of all these 12 stars and find out what exactly they fell towards.
Okie dokie. I will give
Can I
you.
assist?
You can assist, and you can assist with science.
Excellent.
Okay. I will use 1 momentum and 2 threat to get 4 dice. And also 2, just for flavor. Can I use precision targeting instead of astral navigation here? Because I'm trying to find a very specific point.
Ooh.
Just as flavor.
I'll allow it. Mechanically, it doesn't make any difference, but yeah, you're kind of precision targeting all these stars in the same direction, trying to find out where they converge.
Yeah. Oh, she's good.
It's almost like you know your stars.
Oh, that wasn't even a full roll. I forgot to swap off reason. So, my control is 11. That
So
rolled a
one
14. I think with a 14, it would have made it.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, that would be 1 more. Yeah.
All right, 3 momentum generated. And let's take you to the map.
Oh boy.
Make sure I get the right one. That one's empty. What's this one?
We don't need the computers. We're fine.
Yeah, never
Here.
mind that.
Vera just does it all by.
Yep.
Okay, so here we are. Starbase Aegis. Where's she down here? So it is all the stars are within this sector, and this sector is kind of what you're detecting.
Y'all still seeing the Christmas thing, or is it just me?
What Christmas thing?
No, I'm not seeing.
On the roll 20?
I don't think so. I'm seeing the map.
Yeah, I see the map.
Oh, that's weird. I'm still seeing the Christmas background from last week.
Oh goodness. Probably
It's just me.
because. Yep. Because you were dragged onto it.
There we go.
Yep, so you weren't tied in with the rest of the players on the player ribbon. So, you are detecting like half dozen stars in this sector, and a half dozen stars in this sector have tilted. And they are all kind of tilted in a particular direction.
Oh, of course.
Towards the Devil's Triangle.
Towards the Devil's Triangle. All
really
of
should
them
have seen that coming.
All of them have shifted about 1 billion kilometers towards the Devil's Triangle.
Okay, I'm going to put this put this in a report and send it to Naya, so that way we now have our excuse for going into the Devil's Triangle.
To investigate this phenomenon.
Yes.
Oh, that
nice
just
laugh.
sounded comforting.
All according to plan.
Don't you mean all according to...
This is how we die.
And this is how we die. Computers and command. So control command difficulty 3, assisted by computers command to set this report and try to use this as an excuse to go to the Devil's Triangle. The giant maelstrom of space that you are legally forbidden to fly into.
Okay, one threat, 2 momentum for 4 dice.
1 threat. 2.
Can I use Starfleet Protocol as a focus?
Yes. Oh wait, I'm doing the threat backwards.
So we gain 3 momentum.
That is 3 momentum. And Nia responds back, Captain, if this is what you think it is, and what I believe you are saying, that is all the more reason and not to go into the Devil's Triangle at this point. If this is a certain event, and we need to remove ourselves from the Devil's Triangle and its influence. If you can prove that this is some sort of artificial event, and then this is an attack, maybe. But if this is a natural phenomenon, you flying into the triangle could aggravate it.
Okay, I'll try and get you evidence. Okay, let's talk to Captain Fred.
And zoom out. And let's go ahead and have a conversation with Captain Fred.
Okay, I would like help from Caleb.
Caleb, given that
if this is during normal hours for Alpha Ship, then yes, he would be back on duty. But if it's not, no.
It's like probably like 5 a.m. right now, so like an hour to your duty shift.
He'd still be under the reasoning that he would be off duty until his next Alpha shift.
Then I will wait until to actually do this meeting with Fred until he's back on shift.
You're just gonna stand outside of his door, just waiting.
I mean, the captain does have control over the duty roster. I would point that out.
I mean, I do.
You could force it.
Just like I could just bump you to start an hour earlier, but also so be relieved an hour earlier to compensate for the hour shift.
Or you could just get an hour overtime because, you know, that 50% pay bump.
Oh yeah, in Starfleet, that's big time.
Let's see, 50% of 0 plus 0
Still.
times 0 is still 0.
Really get a pay, but we don't need it outside of the Federation. where it
Economics
would
is
be used.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, very inconsistent, really.
In the meantime, Sorrel, do you want to take a stab at a hypothesis?
Yes.
Under what department do you think this mystery lies? Medicine, engineering, or science?
Science.
Or it could be security if we're assuming this is an attack of some sort.
Right. If it's engineering, it's on such a scale, I don't even know. Frankly, on science, it's the same story, but...
All right, I need 3 to 5. I've
Okay.
focuses.
It's super piracy.
Super piracy.
I have a focus for that. It's fine.
Oh, we're playing this game again. We're just gonna make up focuses.
No, I have a focus for piracy. Hold on.
You have a
We're not
You don't
Focus
have a
mixing up
focus
any-
in super piracy, do you?
It's piracy, not super piracy.
Oh, I've got that one.
Foiled again.
Not again. We're not starting this again. You go back in your corner.
All right. They don't have to be focuses on your sheet, but if you do have these focuses, they will help.
Astrophysics, quantum mechanics.
Physics. Quantum mechanics.
We've seen them. We saw. What was the? Because there was some confusion. What was the precursor race that they were using technology from in the 5-star cluster?
Icodians.
Yeah, the Iconians.
Yeah. Figure that's. I don't think any of us have Iconian focus, but
Maybe.
Iconian technology, a xenotechnology, ancient history.
Yeah.
I would take a general history focus at increased comp, but ancient history would hit that on the nose. That's 3. Do we have any more?
temporal anomalies.
Or temporal mechanics. I was thinking the same thing, on the chance that it's related to that other thing.
Sounds reasonable.
Is that all you have?
Dastardly cosmic plans of bad guys. Is that a focus? Do we have a focus?
Yeah,
you
can we,
yeah.
can we,
have to
can we
narrow that
apply
down a little bit.
ancient Marvel Entertainment?
Like Earth cultural studies.
Earth culture studies. Yeah.
Oh, Lef has a focus in subspace communications.
Oh, that's probably good. Yep.
Okay.
I'm good. I don't know if anybody else has anything else.
Going once. Going twice. Yeah. And sold to the man in the pointy ears. I will be right back. I am muted in Discord, but you can still hear me. Okay. One couple of these focuses do stand out to me. It won't be Iconian, possibly temple mechanics, depending on how I want to finagle that. Subspace communications. This is out. This is beyond astrophysics. Quantum mechanics might hit it. Quantum mechanics is kind of the closest because it is a dastardly omega effect. Complicating that is Sorel does not know about omega particles. No one does except for the captain, and as per the omega protocol. As we all know, as the players have surmised, but I haven't outright told them, the Devil's Triangle is a area space just full of omega particles. And when omega particles go boom, they collapse subspace. And if enough of them goes boom, they can collapse subspace over a significant area of space, making warp travel and subspace communication and anything FTL impossible. Which is why the Devil's Triangle is a no-fly zone for all starships, and why it's the perfect place for the Latin Command hideout. Quantum mechanics, but it is a stretch. We are going to make this a difficulty a threshold of 10, because there's a lot of little things going on with that. And I am back. Yes, you do have an answer or among these focuses.
I think we're gonna start with astrophysics.
Okay. And you are trying to reach a threshold somewhere between 1 and 10, possibly 12.
Yep.
No higher than 15.
Right.
And swing for the fences.
All right. Reason science.
Yes, reason science.
All right. Testing a theory to get to 3. So 2 more is 4. I'll spend that in momentum, and then spend the rest of it in threat to get to 5.
2 in momentum, and then 3 in threat. That is for 5. And anyone who is not busy with other tasks and has a science of 2 or higher may assist, including NPCs.
Science 2 or higher. Nope.
Patterson, if someone wants to pull up Patterson.
Any player can pull up Patterson, regardless if their character has a scene or not.
Reason science.
Reason science. You have 5 hits. Inconclusive. And with that, we'll shift to a new scene as Fox and Calder go to talk to the criminal Captain Fred. Down
My best.
I really hope you did not expect him to be super helpful in interrogations. I did liken him to a blunt instrument before.
While all of them are doing like the science with astrophysics and everything, Vera's just in the background, like having the computer pull up comic books to see if she can find anything to do with like stars. Going through the archives.
You know what?
Search for Galactus.
Captain Marvel 145. You know what? Reason Con on Diff 0. You might
Alright.
stumble across something
In the historical records.
in the historical records.
Yes.
I don't have a focus for this. Oh,
Cultural studies, Earth history,
oh no, she doesn't have any of that.
comic books. If you're human, I'll give you. No, I'll give you a extra hit or something.
Just gonna no.
The humans.
Part of me
Shit.
wants the determination just for the.
You
You know what?
you get lost in a rabbit hole and you end up reading a lot of Spider-Man comics, which is
Yeah, that
really
chap-
good,
Oh.
but he doesn't get on the galactic scale.
So he's reading the Rob Liefeld run. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Counterpoint. I get really distracted by. She gets really distracted by Gamora because also a green lady.
Gamora, yes.
Anyways, sorry.
Meanwhile, on the brig of the Starbase, Standard Federation brig, they bring him into a interview room. He is in prisoner's clothes, and he is shackled, and his shackles are magnetically bonded to the chair. He seems demure, reserved, and the air of a man who is utterly defeated and coming to terms with that. You wanted to speak, Commander?
Yes, I'm wondering if you know any information on the true identity of Latin Man.
I'm not sure about a true identity. It's the Latin man, and it is a persona he created around himself, but a persona with enough of star cred that he can run with it.
Any information that might lead us to finding his true identity?
He has kept it very distant. In fact, I dare say that the man hasn't used a real identity for years now. At least he never used it among us. It's possible that he killed off his legal identity.
Any chance you know of any big projects he's been working on?
I mean, the biggest there is, the entire Silk Road.
Anything to cause certain anomalies?
Insight Command opposed.
Okay,
Where did she go? Alright, I have to look at the sheet. He's not doing a during fitness role. He's not protecting anyone.
Forensics as a focus. 1 momentum, 2 threat, 4 dice.
Okay, so 1 momentum, 2 threat, and forensics as the focus. I will accept. He has a focus in hazard awareness. He gets 1 additional dice due to a trait and a bonus threat if he succeeds. I am going to spend 2 threat for 2 more.
Can the trait stalwart work for this?
Yes, that would. Yes, that would it'd work. He has increased complication.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna legal that 0.
ooh. As of this point, I mean, he is 1 ahead. He is inscrutable. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't blink. He doesn't say or do
Wouldn't
anything.
Caleb assist me?
Fox, you could assist.
Okay. Any chance I could swing security instead of command?
I'll accept it.
Okay. Site security.
You are now tied. You could succeed at a cost, or it'll just come to a standstill.
Let's succeed at cost.
Wait, no, I have nighttime trait.
Oh wait, if it tied, does that count as a success?
It's neither a success nor a failure.
I mean, could I burn my medal of honor?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
But you can succeed at cost.
Yeah, I'll succeed at cost.
Okay. A new trait has entered the scene. What exactly are you implying, Captain? That we're working on a great geoengineering project out here on the road? I assure you that at the end of the cycle, the Latin man cares for one thing and one thing only: control and Latinum. And Latinum to gain more control, and control to gain more Latinum. I can and assure you that I can and give you information to a waypoint station and he used for a price.
What's the price?
Who's sentencing? $5 years imprisonment, and then I walk away. If you want to take a look in that Insight Command and Diff 3. Diff 2.
Okay, I take a threat GM.
Gladly. Ha! Ha! Yeah, that is laughable. Minimum sentencing for his crimes are climbing upwards to 40 years. Sequential, not consecutive. He would be lucky to get out before his 100th birthday at this point. Which means he would still have 50 years ahead of his life, but there is no way any Federation...
Dang, stacking sentences. That's not very progressive.
I mean, he is convicted for terrorism and bracketing and racketeering and gang activity and unlawful imprisonment of Federation citizens.
Yeah, I guess
To even
that's fair.
consider those terms, you'd have to hand us the Latinum man and all of your remaining associates. Not just a previous location that he has used.
Best I can and offer, since I've been in out of his loop for a couple months now, I am not exactly sure or where he is. He has a mobile base of operations.
Do you have the signature of this mobile base?
I didn't exactly commit it to memory. No.
How would you find the base?
There were certain meeting in points, and she would go, and it was a breadcrumb trail that led you one to another. So, anything else is conversation, or did you come down here just to shake me down and for or more concrete information?
Fox, do you have something to say?
I have nothing further to say to him, nor did I actually have anything to say to him.
Well then, I would stand up and shake your hands, but he gestures vaguely to the shackles. It was pinning him to the chair. Consider my offer. And do you guys get up and leave?
Yep.
Yep.
Both of you stand up, signal to the guard outside that you are done. 2 guards walk in, and escort Captain Fred out.
That was productive.
That was very productive. Meanwhile, back on the Gungnir.
Keep on sciencing.
Keep on sciencing. We are running with astrophysics. We have 5 hits so far out of a mysterious number. Out of nothing. This is a dead end, but it's fun to make him waste time. And here we go.
So, again, testing a theory to get to 3, and then the rest in threat.
All right, that is 5 threat. Is anyone else assisting?
We could use some Mo. So I would say
Hey.
Patterson.
Yep, Patterson
Yeah, I
is swinging
can't
at
tell
this.
very much.
Recent science for Patterson.
Correct.
There you go.
That is 11 on the table. Inconclusive. You can't make heads or tails of this.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna use just testing a theory and do it again. So no threat.
However, as you are thinking about this, you get some emergency communiques on the distress channel.
At least that works.
Yeah, at least the distress channel works. Bailey, he pipes it up. Crap. 2 civilian vessels. One is a civilian transport scale 3. One is a civilian freighter scale 4. Resolving it now. The scale 4 freighter is carrying volatiles and has lost warp drive. The civilian and transport has lost life support. It appears both these ships were affected by the subspace collapse, and both their warp drives 8 bricks simultaneously.
But they're not saying they're under attack, though.
Negative. None of them are under attack, but they are under distress. Resolving names now. The SS Saratoga is a Scale 3 vessel. Civilian and crew of 12. Passenger complement of 147. SS Mountain and Blaster, Scale 4 freighter. Crew of 12. Of hauling in 50,000 tons of warp plasma.
Are they together or are they separate?
They are separate. Vera, if you want to take a calculation of that.
Reason con or control con?
Control con on Diff 3, assisted by computers con.
Okay.
As Bailey feeds the telemetry to you.
Alrighty. I don't really feel like risking any more threat. I feel like this is important. You can have one threat.
What's the worst that can happen?
I shouldn't have gotten the threat. I shouldn't have used the threat.
Hey, you got some
Hey, you
momentum.
can never know.
Yeah, that's fair. Nice 2 momentum.
They are both equidistant from you, but between an Aegis and the 2 ships, if you form an equilateral triangle, it's about 4 hours between each point.
Ross to Captain.
Call to here.
We're receiving a distress call from 2 ships. They say they both lost warp drive, possibly as a result of this anomaly that we're researching. They're essentially adrift in 2 different locations. One is a passenger ship with 100 plus passengers, and the other is carrying warp plasma. Would you like us to assist?
Yes. Assist and have. And how far apart are they?
Approximately 4 hours apart.
And how long would it take to go to one and then go to the other?
4 hours to one, 4 hours to the next one. That is using in best possible crews. You might be able to squeeze some emergency warp out and cut that down some.
Okay.
I'd be cautious of any traps based on the last time we went to assist with a distress call.
Jeez, you guys are paranoid. It's like I've stung you too many times with fake distress calls.
But you do.
Actually, you've only done one for me.
It's not paranoia if you're out to get us.
Shh! I'm here to tell a story. I'm not out to get you.
Story is out to get us.
The story is out to get you, but I'm not. I'm just here to tell the story that is out to get you. See, there's a difference.
Right.
But yeah, you have 2 distress calls. What is your priority, Captain?
The civilian transport.
All right. Sending course to the SS Saratoga. Captain, you do also have the appointment with Grek. If you want to cancel that, or you could just bring him on board anyways and just shove him into diplomatic quarters during a rescue op.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's use a transporter. What could go wrong?
No, we're not using the transporter.
Spending threat. Greg is quite annoyed at the prospect that you are going to diplomatically kidnap him all day and keep him from his totally legitimate and profitable business.
I mean, is it handing down free food, free bedding, and potentially a free medical check?
Ooh.
And we'll throw in Ensign Zogar giving him Umox.
Wait, what?
Who doesn't know?
He might be able to guess on the name Zogar. And we lost someone.
Sorrel.
Yeah, you're gonna have to sweet talk him because you're pulling him away from profits. But if you can make the potential profits on the Gungnir more profitable than him doing his work,
I mean, I did give him the equivalent of free food, free bedding, and also potentially a free medical checkup.
presence command difficulty 2, complication 2. Complication is you're pulling a Ferengi away from his businessman.
Okay, 1 threat for 3 dice and cocking bold.
And structure command and possibly a just the impressiveness of your ship might be enough to pull him away.
Regling that 20.
You don't have to.
But I want to.
2 momentum generated.
3 momentum generated.
I math occasionally. Alright, so we're at 17 threat, 5 knife momentum. Oh. Okay, now the stream's caught up. Reluctantly, he decides to come aboard.
We'll put him in the honeymoon suite.
Wait, was that cleaned out since the last time? When Loxwana Troy was on board?
Yeah, I think we tied it up.
Engines. Oh, wait. There is complication. So we have control con, difficulty 3, complication 4, assisted by engines con, to go to warp. As there is a class 4 or subspace degradation going on. Doesn't make things more difficult, but if you mess up hard.
Would our current inquiry into the phenomenon give us any kind of advantage?
You haven't made heads or tails of your current inquiry.
What if we were to reduce our speed? Would that lower the difficulty or complication?
The difficulty is a standard difficulty for setting a warp course. You could try to create some advantages to bring down that complication if you were to study which specific subspace frequencies have collapsed and try to avoid warp signatures that break into those.
I think that's a good idea.
But at that point you're stalling for time. But you can if you want.
I think it might be a good idea.
He's in science. You are just looking into what theorem you're looking into. Reason science, difficulty 4, complication 4, because you might just get the wrong frequencies. and engines engineering to assist.
Hey, Sorrel, and can you figure that one out? Maybe with assistance from Patterson?
One second. All according to plan.
That's
And
fine.
back.
Okay.
What do you need of me, Commander?
You mind doing a Reason Science Difficulty 4 Complication 4?
This is to
that's
this is specifically to look into the actual affected subspace bands and chart them and say don't use these anymore.
Diff 4, Comp 4 are my favorite kind of rolls, so.
I mean,
Yeah,
what's the
no
worst?
pressure.
Yeah, it's not like you're trying to drive into a snowstorm and not know where the potholes are. The subspace potholes.
Astrophysics for a focus?
Not quite astrophysics, more subspace physics.
Sensor operations?
That I will take.
Okay.
And you can use testing in theory because you have been looking into this phenomena for 2 rolls now, approximately 6 hours.
Okay. Look at my specific. I've got a metal thought might play here. Oh well, I'm not going to spend all day looking for it. Price of being not away from my home. All right. Yep. Okay. So to 4, I will spend 2 momentum to get the 4th die.
Sounds groovy.
And sure. Let's kick this bag of snakes. Nope. What the heck was that?
You got it, but
Yeah,
you didn't completely get it.
Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, we'll spend a couple momentum to quash one of those.
What about the other 2?
Let's use the 2 to quash the ship complication, and I'm going to use my determination to re-roll the other 2.
To
Value
what value?
of puzzle solver.
This is certainly puzzling. You're not used to riding around subspace like this.
So, with that additional
Momentum, you have
momentum,
you have a total of 2, and you can quash the other one.
all right, that's what we'll do.
So that was close. You were, that was nail-bitingly close. But you managed to skirt around, and you've mapped most of the major air frequencies that are down. And so you have the advantage of mapped. Map of collapsed subspace bands.
Keep my determination.
Sweet. And try to clean this up so we can see it better. That one no longer applies, and that one no longer applies. There we go. We have that mapped, so that makes the new control con roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. Control con diff 3 complication 2. Assisted by the ship.
Div 3 compilation 2.
Yep. Oh wait, comp 3. I spent 4 moment for threat.
Okay.
Again, I can math.
And remind me the full purpose of this again, just because a lot of this specific role.
This is to actually chart the course and go to warp towards the SS Saratoga. So pulling out, charting your course, pushing the big red button.
Are we at difficulty risk? Or not difficulty, sorry, collision risk.
Not a collision. Maybe. Colliding with subspace bands that no longer exist. I could consider that.
Okay, so that should reduce the difficulty by 1. It just becomes diff 1.
Diff 1. Diff 1 comp
Alright.
3.
Let's not spend any momentum. Or threat.
Just
Yeah,
going with 2 dice.
got it.
And the engine's con. Ross went away. Captain, can you get the ship engine's con? Might get some momentum off this.
Okay, give me a minute.
Excellent. 2 momentum generated. Nope, not to all players. Just 1 player. As skillfully you pull out of dock and you jump to warp. Bring you to the ship interior. New Usain, as we are en route to the SS Saratoga to save the say 147 plus 12, like 100, a lot of people. You're off to save a lot of people's lives. And Captain, you have a guest on board. And there was the idea of scanning the 2 Greks, the one in sick bay, and the one in the copy and base, and the one who is currently in your lounge, and doing comparative analysis.
I mean, I think we could do that with the ship's internal sensors.
Absolutely. So you're not exactly doing a medical scan, you're doing more like a quantum wibbly wobbly thingy.
Yes.
Let me double check, because there was some math behind this.
Somebody say sensors.
We're doing sensors. Huh. Okay. You are studying the quantum difference between these two, if anything. Internal ship scan. Quantum effect. And I'm assuming you want to do this in a manner that he is not aware that he's being scanned.
Does he have an awareness of when he's being scanned?
I mean, you could put him in a scanning booth and scan him down at the quantum level. Complication goes away if you're going to fabricate. We have to do this detailed scan on you for reasons and. All right. The red Grek is in sickbay. He is injured and unconscious. The blue Grek is walking around and sipping tea.
Well, I mean, we could tell Greg that we believe he may be in some kind of danger, and we wish to do a scan to determine if that is the case.
He'll have to be talked into that, but maybe. What do you mean danger? Or how can he be in danger? I've been in on a starbase all day, and now I'm on one of the finest ships in the fleet.
Sorrel begins reviewing quantum mechanical equations with Greg.
Do you have baffling briefing?
Do I have what?
Actually, yeah, you could do that as a present science. Present science diff 2.
Take a threat.
Okay.
Using command for?
If you take the second integral of the interior equation, and then of course you have to take that to the
All right, I believe you.
exponential. Oh, good.
Just do the scan. Do the scan. One less difficulty because he's not walking around on the ship. He's standing by. Thank you, Akai Fox, for dropping in. And thank you for the lurk. So, we now have reason science difficulty 3 assisted by sensor science and no complication.
Okay.
Diff 3 no comp science scan.
Okay, take a threat. Sensor operations is a focus.
Absolutely.
Someone want to do the ship?
Sensor science.
Correct. You managed to do a quantum scan and of the two Greks. Compare them together. There is no significant difference. In fact, there's almost no difference besides what you would pick up from having two different organisms live different lives for the past 24 hours.
Are they in the same temporal phase?
I can answer that for a science question.
Yes.
You were unsure. You don't think so?
So I'm unsure if they're in the same temporal phase. Are we picking up tetryon particles? Any kind of temporal fluctuations?
No, you are not. However, as you're musing about this, you receive a message. And I'm gonna send this to your console. Check again. There it is. And I'm not going to attempt to do the math because the math doesn't exist. And even with your advanced Vulcan degree, you look at that math and it is hurting your brain trying to get the numbers do what those numbers are doing.
I'm going to plug it in and check for that variable.
So you are trusting the mysterious math macro.
Yep.
All right. How familiar are you with quantum physics as a person?
Me?
I have a focus in it.
As
me,
a-
the player, or Sorrel,
You
the
the-
character?
You the player, because
I would say I have a good Star Trek's grasp of it.
okay. You find a tiny.
I mean, are we talking string theory here, or
Quantum spin specifically. You find that a chronoton is a boson on the standard periodic table of particle physics, which means that it has an integer spin. So it has a spin of 0, 1, 2. Specifically, a chronoton has a spin of 1. So when it spins 360 degrees, it should match up to the same face it was before. Just like everyday objects that we're used to.
Of course, obviously.
Obviously. Blue Greks chronotons has a spin integer of 1. .00000047. And your computers, your sensors were not designed to even look or even consider a phase variance of that amount, or even a phase variance of even that orientation. This is new math.
Terrell raises an eyebrow.
So, essentially, the blue Greks, chronotons, they spin 360 degrees, and they don't quite match up. It has to go just a tiny bit further to match up, almost like the chronoton has a leap day. And every rotation it takes in the quantum realm, it gets slightly more out of phase. Very, very slowly.
So he's gonna phase out.
Yep.
And we have no idea what happens to him when that happens.
Yeah, because this is the math.
Is it reasonable to speculate that he might return to his own timeline?
Possibly.
Or
Might
just
return
to
to his own
oblivion?
timeline. He might cease to exist.
Well,
And also, I am completely pulling out of my butt that the chronotons are boson, but other force carrying particles are boson, so I figured the chronoton was in the same family. So
Yeah.
if my math is wrong, blame Star Trek.
is there any way to shock him back into phase?
Maybe. You're still trying to grasp the fact that a boson can have a non-integer or spin. So
Well, we're piling up the violations of the laws of physics today. So
yeah, pretty much.
Well, I look at Greg and I say, well, I have bad news and interesting news.
Well,
Bad news is you are slipping out of phase with our current timeline. Interesting news is that you're slipping out of time.
almost like time keeps on slipping,
And that's
slipping,
super
slipping
interesting.
into the future. No, that
Oddly
is
accurate.
not the direction he's slipping.
Right, he's slipping out of time. But I appreciate the reference.
Good song.
Yeah. Mr. Greg, would you accompany me to sickbay?
I suppose. Captain Calder, what do you have to say to all this? Or is the math making whooshing noises above your head?
The latter.
If you do want to have any questions with Greg, now would be the time. Otherwise, he's going to be escorted to sickbay.
Has he had any odd encounters recently with someone?
No one in particular. I mean, I went to my quarters last night. I watched some vid programs. Went to sleep around 2300. Woke up at 0700 and made my way to the shop.
Can I use my telepathy to tell if he's lying or omitting anything?
Unfortunately, Ferengi are immune to telepathy and empathy because they have a unique brain structure. You can do a general insight roll, but you'll be using just your own social instincts.
Nah, that's right.
And with
Is
that,
that ever in the show? I don't remember that.
It came up when Diana and or Lackawanna tried to raid Ferengi.
yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
All right. He is escorted into the sick bay. Commander Lorvik is there, angrily storming around the sick bay. And Sorrel, you walk in. Yes, what do you want?
Well, I have apparently we have two of these, and this one is out of phase, or getting increasingly out of phase.
What do you mean out of phase?
At the quantum level, his chronotons, they're not spinning the way they should spin.
I don't do anything with
I know it's
chronotons.
impossible. Well,
And
I know it's impossible.
Do. And he walks in and he sees himself lying on the bio bed. And he starts making that annoying Ferengi screeching noise.
Do
Pointing.
you have a hypo spray?
Pointing, grimacing. Ah! Ah! It's me! Ah!
Because said it would be appropriate now, Commander.
He sighs, eyes hypos him, and Blue Grek falls unconscious.
My operative hypothesis is that that if we are to preserve Beta Grek here, we need to find some way to shock his chronotons back into alignment with the spin rate for our timeline.
And how do you suggest us we do that?
The Technobabble Bible says to use the main deflector.
Yes.
Techno Babble Bible.
Obviously, we're gonna.
Bounce the graviton particle beam off the main deflector dish.
So we'll just throw him out the airlock, point the ship at him, and hit him.
We're obviously going to invert the polarity. I mean, to start.
Inverting polarity is a good start. Convoy, I need. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, you have like three mysteries stacked on top of each other in a trench coat at this point.
Terrell looks as excited as he ever does.
So, eyebrow is raised 0.5 millimeter.
It is. Yep.
Actually, it might be a full millimeter at this point.
It might be. Pursed lips, too. He is
Ooh.
jittery with excitement.
Such flagrant displays of emotion. Are you feeling
I
okay?
know. I feel wonderful.
All right, so we have the 2 Greks situation and yet another mysterious email from someone very helpful. New scene. You are closing in on the Saratoga. You might have time for one more roll apiece before you arrive. Sorrel, you have a lot of rolls on your plate. What would you like to do?
I would like to get going on this.
Well, you currently have 11. Your 11 rolls, 11 successes deep on astrophysics.
No, actually, we're 14.
You're 14.
Sorry, yeah. 14.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're 14 rolls deep on astrophysics. It is still inclusive, and you have some new evidence, with.
Yeah, we're gonna switch over to temporal mechanics.
Possible. One moment. This temporal mechanics might work. Except that it wasn't actually a time traveler who did it. A time travel hired a local to trigger a very specific omega explosion, and that's what's causing all of this. However, there might be that there could be some temporal residue on that action. Yeah, diff. This isn't directly related, so I'm gonna say diff 12 and see if they can hit it. If they hit diff 12, I'll give it to them. All right. You may proceed. Reason science, swing for the fences. Temporal
Reason
mechanics
science?
focus.
I do not have that focus. So, just gonna spend all the threat to get to 5.
6 threat it is.
And Patterson to assist.
Oh, overshot. And that should be one. Ross, can you roll Patterson?
Mm-hmm.
That is 5 successes. Inconclusive as of this time. Rust, you have about 1 hour left before our contact. Any preparations you want to make?
Yeah,
for
we'll get
this
the
rescue mission.
engineering staff ready for an assist.
Assist of what nature? Are you gonna try to repair their ship or?
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
And we'll make sure we have sensors out to maximum range as best we can.
Kind of
See if
flying
anybody
in.
else is lurking about.
Yep, kind of flying into an unknown situation. So difficulty 3, but you can set that advantage up.
Oh, can we have Lephasis?
Yes. That would be an activation for him. Your engineering team's aims are already all tied up, trying to fix your own warp drive system, let alone preparing to fix another ship. You could. There'll still be of help, but they're not going to be like preloaded and stunning up on the Saratoga's warp drive.
Okay, we'll manage.
Yep, you'll manage. Captain Calder, you're about an hour out. Any preparations you want to make for a rescue mission?
I can't think of anything right now.
Fox. Any
Yeah.
preparations for the rescue mission?
Have security team on standby in case this is a trap.
That seems reasonable. Present security diff 2.
All right. And let's see. Go ahead and have a threat and tactics as a focus.
Absolutely. You are planning ahead tactically.
All right.
Whoop, there it is. 3 momentum generated. And you are prepared for a trap. Vera, you're about an hour out. Any preparations you want to make with the con department?
She's a bit busy getting us there. She'll just be ready for evasive maneuvers because we don't know what sort of situation we're flying into, seeing as we're heading towards a subspace anomaly at full speed.
Yep. You also have command of the flight deck, as a reminder.
Oh, so I can get the. Supposedly it's just a distress call. She's not going to start scrambling things yet.
Yeah. I might offer a suggestion. You don't have to scramble fighters, but you could scramble runabouts and get them prepped for a rescue mission.
That sounds like a good plan.
Presence con diff 2.
No ship support or.
Since you're on the bridge, communication con.
Somebody have that?
Got it.
I got. Oh, Zas got it.
No.
Dang.
Sort of.
Can I assist with the direct?
You can assist with a direct. I'll have to be your direct for the scene. There it goes. Vera, you're trying to organize the flight deck like, at the same time while navigating in this subspace anomaly. You're a little too brained at the moment, but Captain steps in and helps finish up the rest of your order. So flight deck is prepped. Oops. No! What button did I push? That... Okay, button's not bad. And I can't spell. And with that, new scene as you drop out of warp in this scenario. Let's do a new song. As the USS Saratoga has 2 breaches. 2 out of its 3 breaches. It is slowly losing life support. Approximately 50% of the crew is unconscious or unresponsive.
All right, we'll start organizing the engineering and medical teams.
All right. We have flight crews who's prepped, so that will help. Prisons engineering, doing a rescue op, but it's prepped, and then communication command. Prison engineering, Div 2, assisted by communications command. And of course, the big question: and is anyone going directly over, or are you all just going to be manning this from the bridge?
Yay, left.
Unfortunately, Ross, you have to get at least 1 success
Oh, shoot. I forgot about
for
that.
assistance to count.
Can I succeed at cost?
Nope.
Okay, determination.
Now would be the time for it.
Support your peers and subordinates.
Absolutely. There we go. And now we got at the extra one and communications command. 2 momentum generated. Shuttle Bay A reports back. Engineering crew and medical crews are ready to depart. Art, sir. Oops. Copy and then paste.
All right.
Paste.
We will be on our way.
Let's make the main ships bigger. All right, who's going on the away teams?
I'll go if that's all right, Captain.
Yep, you, Fox, and bring medical personnel.
Someone can bring medical supporting medical support staff. Or are we gonna have a generic medical team?
Yeah, we'll just do a generic medical team.
Yeah, generic team works. Starfleet personnel. And you are green. All right, you guys have the shuttles and make your way over 3 shuttles. The 3 runabouts soft dock with the airlocks. You get your way in, and the ship is full of thick, acrid smoke. It's hard to see. It's hard to you breathe. I need everyone. Fox and Ross, I need you to make a fitness medicine rolls difficulty 3. Just as this acrid air hits your lungs and makes you cough.
Difficulty 3.
Yep.
I'll take a point of momentum for another die.
Yep, taking a momentum for another die.
Yep.
There we go.
Fox, you manage to resist it. Ross, unfortunately. Nope, not that much. I need. Oh, numlock's not on. That is 3 points of stress as you just cough your lungs out as soon as this door opens. Half your team is sitting there coughing too. and as soon as you open the airlock, there's 3 people all just covered in soot pressing in to get onto the shuttle. We need to do something. One of your engineers pipes up. We need to do something about this air before we get anything done.
All right, we'll focus on the environmental systems.
You guys make your way to the environmental systems, or try to.
If this is an ongoing issue, would it be a good idea to suit up first?
Suiting up would help, but it'd cost 1 momentum per player to get EVA suit.
Okay, I think it's worth it.
You actually don't need a full EVA a suit, but a
Respirator of some kind.
Yeah, respirator, or would cover it, but you have to go back in the shuttle and grab it.
Luckily, we didn't really get far.
No, you did not get far. You now have respirators. There's on. You hand them out to your teams. Now, breathing's not a problem for you. Now you have to navigate your way to the environmental controls of ship you're not totally familiar with. And the place is on fire. Reason engineering difficulty 3, complication 3. Complications due to the fact that, hey, this place is on fire and there's lots of screaming, crying kids. It's women and children. It's a mess in there.
Okay. We'll also have some of the the teams working on putting out the fires. Fox, you brought a security team, right?
I have one prepped.
You have one
Okay.
prepped.
I didn't know if they were here or not.
Yes. Yeah, he prepared ahead of time.
Okay. I was just going to suggest if they were here, we could, use them to put out the fires. But if they're not actually here, then never mind.
They're actually here, so they can help.
Let's do that.
Fox, go ahead and give me a presence in security. Difficulty 2. Comp 3 still stands because this is a chaotic environment, but this will set our security teams to start putting out the fires, and that would take care of the complication for the rest of your rolls.
Okay. Take a threat, and tactics does a focus.
1 threat and tactics, yes.
And re-rolling that one. That 0.
Fishing.
No.
Ooh. You got it, but there's a complication. Do you have a means of making that go away?
Any medals?
Unless I'm taking damage, no.
You can succeed, but you're not going to be taking damage from this.
So that was more in response to Calder asking about the medals. The only medal I have is reducing damage that I take.
Determination.
So worth
Don't want to
it?
spend it. No. Not at this present moment. Succeed at cost.
All right. You show up and your security teams are putting out fires, trying to clear out some of this smoke, and the smoke starts clearing up, but that just allows the civilians to see the condition of their ship, and they are panicking. So you can move around and breathe and stuff, but you have a crush of people who are freaking the heck out just outside the airlock door. Rush, you can now make that reason engineering roll at diff 3, comp 0.
Okay, I'm going to give you a point of threat for bold engineering.
1 point threat.
Haha, sweet.
Right on the button. And you manage to make your way to environmental controls.
Okay, we'll start, cleaning things up, making sure every deck is getting life support.
Some decks are not getting life supports or at this moment. You have no indication of how long they've been out or what condition they're in, but difficulty 4 to restore life support on what decks you can.
Okay, yeah, we'll focus on the decks that have people on them.
From where you are you're not sure which decks has people on them. The internal sensors are all scrambled, and you're not exactly at the right terminal to read it. Yeah, the screen in front of you only has indications that this sector has life support. This sector does not have life support. This sector has failing life support.
Okay.
You don't know who's in there. You don't know what's in there. That's all the indication the ship's giving you.
Okay, difficulty 4. I guess let me spend a point of momentum for a 3rd dice and 2 threat for a 4th. And bold.
Sounds good.
Okay, re-rolling those two.
You can reroll one, and how you rerolling the other one?
Just one.
Yeah, both just allows you to reroll one.
Okay, I'll re-roll the complication one.
All right, so that's 3 on the table at least. Could sit at cost.
Checking here, 1 sec. Yeah, I'll do that.
Cost is this. You can fix it. It's just going to take you a long time. You are tied up in this system and for the foreseeable future. We're talking a repair job of hours.
Okay, I'll see if I get someone to maybe consolidate people on one particular deck that we're all on, and that should make it easier, quicker. You have someone go deck by deck and make sure that everybody's been evacuated to the working deck.
That sounds like a security job. What do you think, Fox?
Yeah.
Security.
Downwards.
Thank you, Mr. Fox.
Control security difficulty. Say diff 3, standard operation, but you're not quite familiar with the layout of the ship. We are gonna bump up the complication and because of the riot.
Okay. The people are freaking out at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Just freaking out, not rioting.
Not full on riot, just
yeah.
panic.
They're not. Yeah, it's not riot. They're panicking and kind of crushing you guys, asking for help.
Ross to Gungnir.
Static. Your communication does not go through.
Hey, Fox, are you able to reach the Gungnir?
I don't believe that it would work if I tried it either, if yours is being jammed.
Your Fox, you tap your communicator. You can communicate with the away team, but you can't raise the Gungnir.
Any outside communications are not an option at the moment.
Meanwhile, back on the ship. Sorrel, what would you be doing at this time?
I would be continuing to work on the Greks conundrum.
Okay. We had 5 hits on that. You can go ahead and throw me a actually this is not directly the Greks conundrum, but let's do insight, science, difficulty 4. Assisted by sensor science.
Testing a theory.
Yes, this is related to something you've scanned before.
I'll go ahead and give you threat all the way to 5.
So, no threat dump. That's 3. Maybe the ship can help.
sensor sign. Ooh, bad ship.
Oh, goodness. That's a failure with a complication.
I'm going to use my determination to reroll those 2 zeros.
Oh,
Puzzle
wait.
solver.
Yeah, you got your determination back with veteran.
Right.
Puzzle solver would definitely click. That's at least one momentum generated.
Wait for another one. Watch that complication.
Going once, going twice. Those the
Can you do
complications
anything
stand.
about a complication with the ship roll?
Specific talents will allow you to reroll it.
Like ship talents or people talent?
People talents. Things like technical expertise. That kind of stuff. My camera's a bit high. I'm gonna lower that.
I got nothing.
Okay.
How about left with troubleshooting?
He can and help diagnose this problem. First things first, you do succeed. As you've been studying this weird quantum subspace is collapse over the past several hours, you have noticed something. The dead bandwidths have changed, and they're moving in a specific direction.
Up or down?
Up.
So up the frequency.
Yep. So,
What's the frequency, Kenneth?
yeah, it's moving up the subspace frequencies. Some of the magnitude of the bandwidths have changed, but the frequency has definitely moved up all the bandwidths. That means you're gonna have to recalculate all of the jams you found before, and unfortunately, one of the subspace frequencies that has jammed is specifically the one you use for your sensors. So you currently have no long range sensors at the moment.
Then I will be getting on that problem immediately.
That's an engineering problem.
Not
Just say
worst
compensate.
engineering.
That's all Janeway does.
Compensate, yes. I'm not the worst engineer.
Well, left is there.
So we now have the trait long range sensors offline. As my trait box on my Twitch stream gets tinier and tinier.
It's not the size of your Twitch stream.
I mean, that seems like a you problem, not an us problem.
It is a me problem. Yeah, I'm trying this thing where I'm actually writing in the traits of the scene on my Twitch display, so my audience can see it and keep track of it, and also so I can keep track of it and be honest that I'm not just adding stuff. But at the moment, your long range sensors offline, and also communications are offline.
So I'm going to manipulate the computer with an effort at adjusting our disposition towards the subspace bands that are live.
Not really supposed to do this. This is not how this equipment is supposed to work.
Yep, then I'm definitely getting under and starting to hardwire things.
Yep, yes, you're just diving underneath the contour. Left definitely goes and helps.
spend the momentum and yeah, I'm going all the way to 5. The rolls have not gone well.
5 more threat. And sensors engineering.
Over the ship.
Yep, for the ship.
And left gets an assist as well.
There's a left.
That is 1 momentum and generated.
Dang it, ship.
Gungnir, I swear.
Maybe somebody else should take over rolling for the ship.
Goodness. Someone call Avril Lavigne, because why do you have to go and make things so complicated?
Ooh.
I'm just gonna have to take that as threat, because I'm saving this for something special.
Jesus,
Ruh-roh.
we got 35.
Oh, yeah. It was, God, how?
2 more. Just 2 more threat. That's all I need, man.
Yeah, I still have a roll, guys.
Board cube.
Just
Board
about to
cube.
say that.
Board cube. Board cube. Board cube. No.
And you, yeah, I still have a roll. The 3 difficulty roll. It'll be fine.
Yeah, you have a diff 3 control security roll to find the
Yeah.
to corral the panicking people on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on 1 moment. I have no idea what to do, man. I'm just going to collapse subspace around them. See how they handle that. I don't quite want to do combat. It's late, so I'm just gonna throw sci-fi shenanigans at them. Good luck, fellas. You did this to yourself. And back. All right. Diff 3 control security.
Yep.
And how much?
I'm going to get 4 die with threat.
Just playing into his hands.
Yeah.
What's the worst
I
that
was
can
planning on
happen?
doing this before y'all got him up this high, so don't blame me.
No, I think it's been mostly me.
All right. I don't think tactics would help in this situation.
It would increase comp. Because complication's been so good to you guys today.
Well, if I do that, then I also have to give you more threat. So yeah, sure.
3 more threat?
Yeah.
Gonna go for 5 dice.
Yep.
He could go all the way.
Re-rolling that red.
So
Wow,
that
Cam.
is all the momentum. 6 momentum on top, so you have 1 float. As you are on top of this, you're on top of this, as you have all this is figured out, and your teams aim scatter, teams of 3. You're going deck by deck, sector by sector, and you're corralling people back towards the central hangar deck. You do find several people who are just collapsed, unconscious. 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna roll some challenge dice. And chevrons are bad. You about out 30. You found 30 confirmed dead people. They just choked, died in the fire, or were crushed by a compartment. You did not get to them in time.
Yeah. Relay that to the commander and worry about the dead later.
Roster busy. We have medical staff going on. You do have one float. Would you like to use that for things before it goes poof?
He does. I can't really think of anything.
You could create an advantage. You might be able to spend it to change the narrative so you save more people.
Yeah, let's go with that.
All right. Spend that momentum for a reroll. How many of my 7 dice would you like to reroll?
I say best case go 3.
I really want to roll 7.
Dude, the bad things are the chevrons. So
Yeah,
the
chevrons.
yeah.
Chevrons are 10 dead people.
Yeah, reroll the chevrons.
You managed to get it to 10 more people a little more or quickly, and you're able to resuscitate them. 20 people are confirmed dead.
Well, only 20 of a decent sized amount of people on the ship, so it's not horrible.
So I spent 4, so I'm down to 37 fret. Meanwhile, back on the ship. So and 10, and then I need to add and muting my mic for a second. And this is when the bad things happen. So 2 to start the threat, 10 more to get it up to 10 challenge dice, and then we have vicious 1 and piercing 2. Let's add a little more. 3, 4. Piercing 4. Nah, that's a bit much. 3 it is. Which brings my total threat count down to 21. A little more. All right, let's see how they handle that. Okay. Don't worry about that threat spend. You'll find out what that is in a moment.
It's not a Borg cube. Don't worry.
It's not a Borg cube.
It's much worse than that.
Let's see. All right. Sorrel, you are busy doing your calculations, and you've managed to patch up the sensors. Would you like to use them?
Yes, I would.
What exactly are you looking for?
Other than the board cube, I don't know. space collapsing in on itself. God
Aw.
appearing. Immediate threats, I think, is the idea.
Okay, so you're just doing a wide sensor sweep of what the heck happened while I wasn't looking.
Exactly.
Sensors and science. Diff 4. Reason science Diff 4, assisted by sensor science.
Testing a theory. Will spend 2 momentum. Not give you any more threat. To go to 4.
Oh. Hey, now you're getting there.
No complication. Yay.
No complication. You have 1 float. Indeed, there was something coming. You have a little bit of warning on this. And I'm sending this to your console.
Incoming subspace
Error message.
error. ETA 30 seconds.
Yep.
Okay. Is that on a Starfleet channel?
That's what your sensors are telling you. Your sensors going, subspace doing a thing. I don't know what it is, but I am unhappy about this.
Okay, so this is not a message. This is just...
Yeah, this is your computer spitting out. That's why it was an error message, because your computer's like, I don't know what this is. But it's going to hit you in 30 seconds.
What sort of frequency? Maybe we can adjust our warp, like our warp core to match it.
Sorrel,
Civilization.
you do have 1 float, and you have additional questions.
Yes. So the float can be used to create an advantage, right?
Two. It's two to create an advantage, but absolutely.
So I'm the sensors are telling me there is an incoming vector. It's some kind of a ship or something.
How
It's gonna be
big?
here in 30.
It's not a. It wouldn't be a ship. If it was a ship, it would register as a ship. It's registering it as an error message because it doesn't know what it's looking at.
Shockwave.
How big?
Would you like to answer that as a science question?
Yes. 10 challenge. Oh dear. Level 10.
It's scale 10.
Yep.
And when will it hit us?
20 seconds now. So make a decision quickly.
So it's feature. Okay. Are our shields up?
That would be a good thing to.
Yeah. Shields up. Get us. We'll shield the civilian ship with our ship, and I would like to activate Zogor.
Oh. Okay. Would you like to go to red alert?
Yes, and also warn the. If I can.
You have time for like 2 actions, if that.
And can we set up? See, it's hard to know because we don't know what's coming at us. But I'm wondering if beyond just shields and red alert, if there's any kind of advantage we can set up to weather the storm.
I'm doing
Percentile
modulating
profile.
shield, which is increasing our resistance.
Okay. So, Sorrel. All right. So let's back this up a little bit. Sorrel, you look at your console, you see this come up, and you are shouting this out, trying to explain to the captain and what's going on. You now have 30 seconds on the clock. Captain, your orders.
Okay, red alert, move the ship between us.
Okay, so
Well,
minor
yeah.
action and red alert. To intervene the Gungnir air to the Saratoga, that would be a con roll. We are effectively in combat rounds.
Yeah, Vera, do that.
Say again, sorry, I'm having some audio issues.
We need you to do a con check.
That I could do.
Are you giving her an order, or are you just letting her take her turn?
I'm going to let her do her 10, but first I'm going to use a direct on Zogor.
Oh, okay. So first things first, direct on Zogar.
And
what-
I'm going to burn my pike metal.
And what is Zogar's order?
Modulate the shields.
Aye, sir. I'm not control security. You generally modulate shields in combat. Normally diff 2. I'm gonna increase this to diff 3 because we are not sure or what we're bracing against, but I'm bracing against everything.
Okay,
And then structure security as normal.
okay, one threat. You know what, before we continue, would Frontier Defender trait work for this?
Yes, it would. I would definitely take that as a trait. So diff 2. This ship is designed to dive in front of bullets and save ships from the weird and wonderful frontier.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to spend we'll get a roll 5 dice, spending 1 threat and the rest on momentum.
Okay. We didn't quite use that float. I'm gonna be lax and let you keep it. Wait, 1 threat.
Good eagle, that's 0.
So I owe you 1 momentum, and I get 1 threat.
Okay, you should also go 2 more. Well, yeah, there should be 2 more hits because I use my direct and pike metal.
Yep. So that is +2. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on a diff 2. So that is 4 momentum generated. You're back up to full.
I would like to spend the 4 momentum that I gained
to dump it into your resistance. I'm assuming.
That and 1 more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so our shields are up. You gain +1 resistance, +1 for each momentum spent. So we're gonna just dump all 6 into resistance, so you get +7 resistance.
Yes.
You dirty. That is rude. As you swiftly dive, as Zogar swiftly brings the shields up, you currently have 14 resistance. You are braced as hard as you can. That is Calder's first turn. Do you wish to keep or swift?
I could do that for free.
Yeah. Keep, and
Yeah.
who's going next? That is dirty. 14 resistance. My goodness.
Has the Gungnir communicated to us what's coming, or?
Not yet. You have to take an action to communicate. So I guess the next move is Vera maneuvering the ship to intervene.
Yes.
I do have covering advance.
You
Although
do-
there's not really an enemy for me to cover from, I guess this kind of counts.
What does covering advance do? I might be able to
A
finagle.
success at any helm task means 2 momentum can be spent to block a single enemy vessel within medium range, plus 1 additional enemy vessel for each additional momentum spent beyond that. When a blocked vessel makes its next attack before the beginning of the character's next turn, the difficulty of that attack that does not target your vessel has a basically equal to the character's scale instead of normal difficulty.
It is whatever's gonna hit you will not be making an attack roll, but I basically we could dive. I have the Gungnir in front of it, so the Gungnir ship scale 5 would be plus 5 resistance to the Saratoga.
That sounds good to me.
That sounds fair for what's coming up.
Yeah.
Now we just need to get you there.
Control or Daring Con?
Daring Con, Diff 3, a plus Engines Con.
Alrighty. Have a threat.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Thank you. You're too kind. You really shouldn't have.
And this is happening within the span of 30 seconds, right? So would Hair Trigger activate?
Yeah, we're in combat rounds. Hair Trigger. Yeah, I will accept Hair Trigger as a trait.
Okay. And the trait.
That will give you an advantage, so you can either have a floating advantage, saying you get some extra sauce on this, or you could just bring down the difficulty.
Let's go for a floating advantage. Let's do something fancy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Plus the ship. All right. You manage. Again, scale 5 ship. You just hit the impulse drive. The ship roars across space. You barrel roll, and you actually tip it so that way the saucer is intervening in between the Saratoga and whatever's coming in. So, the Saratoga is basically hiding behind the ventral section of the saucer, and the dorsal section is pointing out towards space. But the Saratoga is completely covered in your shadow, and you have 1 floating advantage. So 2 bonus momentum. What would you like to do with it?
I'd actually like to I would like to use that floating advantage to kind of put us in a position where we're very close and could, I don't know, magnetize the holes together with something to at least grab the ship. If we could do that with science later.
Magnetizing the hull or getting a tractor lock on them would be a separate roll, but I can say that you are in an ideal position to make any roll to hold on to their ship easier.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just getting in prime position for that.
Yeah, you line it up. You are in prime position to set up a. You're in prime position to set up
maneuver.
Up a tractor beam.
Alrighty. I think that's all I've got.
Would you like to swift or do? Yeah, would you like to do swift task? Because we already kept the initiative.
I don't have any swift tasks to really try to accomplish, so I think I have to pass initiative here.
Actually, maybe. As a con officer, your seat power is is you can kind of override any other or position and do tasks that are normally on other consoles. So, in theory, from your con station, you could activate the tractor beam yourself as a swift task. It would be difficult because you're trying to fly and do that at the same time, and you are overriding, but that is technically possible. Because of the seat you're sitting in.
All right, yeah, let's go for that.
I'm still gonna keep this daring. And you can override with con. Normally it's like diff 2, but swift task and override. And then structure. Security. But you do have an advantage on that, so that is diff 3. I said 3.
Alright, diff 3. Focus, precision targeting?
I'll accept it. You're trying to very precisely grab them.
Alright, one threat, 2 momentum. Or sorry, other way around. 1 momentum, 2 threat.
And
Let's roll those dice.
so we should be at 26 and 0.
I guess I'll re-roll that 0 there.
And then structure security from the Gungnir. That is 6 on a diff 3. 3 momentum generated as you're doing this power slide. You do a barrel roll again to face your ventral section towards the bow of the Saratoga. One hand you're flying, on the other hand you reach over to another console, override security, override tractor beam controls, and zoom. Tractor beam lances out and grabs the Saratoga and pulls it in close.
Yeah, she has the manual yoke, so she just like wipes the con controls off her screen and pulls up the other controls, and it's just flying with the manual.
All right. You've gone on twice. It is now my turn. Eeny, meeny, miny, skadoosh. And I'm rerolling. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 5. I'm rerolling 5. That's more like it. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17.
3.
That does 3 damage to you. Spending 2 more. Or even with all your resistance, and you see on the view screen, and space just ripples and boils, and this distortion, this weird spatial distortion, and comes over you, and wham! Your ship's hit. Your shields go down 5 points, and let's make that a devastating attack. Your shields flicker, or the shield modulation collapses as people are thrown across the bridge. So 17, so that's like 8 damage. It's applied to your ship. It's resistance, so 7, so 1 more damage. So we have 6 shield damage and 1 breach.
What do we have a
1,
reach?
2, 3, 4. And 4 extra damage to make that at 5 and 5. So we have 2 breaches. Let's roll that. Engines and structure. As the shockwave just slams on top of you, it peels away a part of that resistance. The shield modulation drops. Are your shields still up?
What was the total damage?
It was 5 and 5 damage after the resistance. So 10 damage each total.
We still got shields.
Okay, good thing. But you are definitely rocked by that. Engines take a hit. Some of the structure starts to bend a little bit as you brace yourself against this subspace distortion wave. Away team of the Saratoga, you notice this. As suddenly the world gets thrown in a blender. Gravity doesn't know which way it's going, neither do your bodies.
Brace for impact.
Little late.
Disorientation and then agitation would be the only thing you would be feeling.
From the away team, I need fitness con difficulty 4, as Gungnir took the brunt of it, but you are still shaking like a baby's rattle.
You're just fishing for more threat.
Yeah. Any chance I could sway con for the not con security for this?
Talk me into it.
He would be trying to physically control it to maintain his balance in all of this. He would not, that's the only way he would be able to even remotely get out of this situation.
Actually, wait, you have a boxing
much.
focus, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Given your boxing focus, yeah, staying on your feet's important.
Yep.
So security, and you can use that focus.
Okay.
Rust, how are you handling this?
How about fitness engineering?
How are we gonna do that?
I'm holding on to an engineering console, so
No,
Bucket has a few holes in it.
not buying it. All right, Fox, you have a fitness security to 4. How are you making this roll?
I am going to give you a threat.
1 threat. We're at 18. You
I
got.
think I pass.
Yeah. The ship rocks and rolls, but you manage to keep your footing. Rust, there's 4 momentum on the table.
yeah, I'll spend.
Can I make an advantage that I assist the commander in maintaining his balance in this?
You're both not in the same section.
Okay.
You're in completely different
Nowhere near each other.
sections.
Got it.
You're in completely different sections of the ship, unfortunately.
I'm just finishing up canning the last of the civilians back to where we were.
Yep.
Okay.
And Ross is still in life support.
They have seatbelts on this ship, right?
Seatbelts in my federation?
It's a civilian ship. You know, they got insurance.
You're also
stuff
assuming
and-
that there is a chair within where you're doing. That isn't
Yeah, that
just a
would be
roller chair.
insanity too. Yeah. All right, I'll spend 3 momentum for 4 dice.
3 momentum. You got it.
Yeah, I don't think I got anything that'll help me reroll that. I've already used determination.
All right. This is.
Did being stabilized in the tractor beam help at all?
It kept them from getting pureed.
That's
and,
fair.
And it made it a
Yeah.
diff 4 instead of a diff 5.
I would have been fine either way.
4 stress, Ross. As you are rocked around and in this engineering bay.
Help! I've been hit by rocks.
Rocks fall.
Ross
that
dies.
is my turn. It is now our player's turn. Calder has gone and Vera has gone. So Rost, Fox, or Sorrel?
There is literally nothing that he can do in this situation other than punch a wall.
I'm going to pop the moonroof, duck my head out, and fire the plasma bow at the wave. Is that good?
Moonroof.
So we've got breaches. Is there anything I can do about those?
Minor action override. Yeah, it's just 1 breach, so minor action to override. What would your main action be?
Well, I'm in sick bay, so I don't know if there's anything combat-wise I can do.
I'm gonna reframe that. You took your study, you took all the scans you could, and you were on the bridge
Okay,
monitoring
great.
the situation.
So on the bridge,
Which is how you're able to yell at the captain, incoming!
oh, good. Yeah, that makes sense. So is the wave continuing to buffer us?
It appears to have subsided, but there is another peak coming. Essentially combat every time I get a combat round, and you're gonna get hit by another wave, unless something happens.
Sorry, you cut out there for a second. What was that?
Every time the enemy, quote unquote, gets a combat round, you're gonna be hit by another wave.
Hit by another wave. Okay.
So it's like one wave, you have a couple seconds against to figure something out, and then it sweeps over you.
Right. So I'd like to analyze the data from the wave and see if there's anything that that we can do to again present a lesser profile, ride out the wave, mitigate the wave, anything along those lines.
So we are going to science the heck out of this. Might be reason. I could also be convinced daring science.
Reason works for me.
Yeah, you're studying an unknown phenomenon in a known way, and I'm gonna say this
I do have
is
data now.
you do have some data, but I'm gonna say that this is a stressful situation because you are trying to do complex analysis in 30 seconds or less, or your money back.
composure is a focus since I'm operating under stressful conditions.
I'll accept that.
Testing a theory, is that going to play here?
Absolutely. So you get 1 dice for free.
All right. I'm going to spend it all on threat to get to 5.
5 more threat. Come on, ship. Computer science from the ship.
Hey.
Yes! Possible, maybe. You might have an idea. All right, analysis sent.
Captain, the subspace voids are collapsing and space is rebounding as it repairs itself. Just as gas bubbles and boiling water percolate to the top, we are essentially adrift atop a boiling sea. And I would like to create an advantage to predict the phase variance and align our warp bubble to write it out.
Unfortunately, you have 1 momentum, but if you have a normal milestone, or a determination, you can spend it and get an advantage.
I have a normal milestone. Go back my notes.
And did that technobabble make sense to anyone else?
You kind of cut out there, didn't you?
Did that technobabble make sense to anyone else?
My statement to that, does it have to?
Good point.
I heard a normal milestone with the temporal investigation guys. I don't know if that would work.
Yeah, you were trying to understand wibbly wobbly timey-wimey stuff. Now you're trying to figure out wibbly wobbly spacey wasty stuff. And as Einstein showed us, space and time, they're the same thing.
Yep.
All right, that's the stress. Burn that normal milestone. You have an advantage. You can predict the next phase variance. You quickly run the calculations. You have a number in your hand. Now, what are you gonna do with it? That was 1 action. Do you wish to swift or keep? Swift has to get something else done, or keep the initiative and have another person go.
If I keep and another person goes, can I communicate the phase variance number to them?
Yes, as the advantage is you have it on your console, you can swipe it to them. But
Okay.
who are you going to swipe it to?
Who still could go? I was hoping perhaps Vera.
Vera is already
Vera's
gone.
already gone.
We do have Fox and Rost as players. They can step into NPCs and do something.
Yeah, if I could send it to someone on the bridge, I mean, I would have sent it to Khan, but obviously Vera's gone. But
Yeah, Vera's busy at the moment.
tactical. If someone's at tactical, I could send it to them. It's a phase variation.
Zogar is at tactical, and technically he still has a turn.
Okay. So let's.
So what does he need to do?
Zogar has the phase variance of the next bubble, give or take a margin of error, but so the next bubble that's going to hit is going to be at phase variance 5-7 and 1-4 or 2 Mark 3.
Approximately.
Plus or minus, yes, a degree of error. And Zogar's at tactical. What does he do with this information?
That's a good question. Is he supposed to turn into it, or
That's
I think it was about maybe shaping our warp bubble. Actually, this might be an engineering task more than it's a tactical task. I don't know.
oh, I see. Yeah, maybe Left should do this if that's an engineering issue.
it could be. I mean, I don't know how the science works. You guys are figuring it out. You're the professionals. How do you want to do this?
I'll send it to Left, and with the instruction to remodulate the warp bubble to this phase variance.
Ross, you can totally pick up Left, and you can certainly try that.
All right. I will
You
do that.
do have the exact phase variance, so that's going to make this possible. It's still going to be daring because you're in a crisis and you're doing silly things with physics very quickly. Let's see. Modulate warp bubble, not really designed to do this, and you are in a crisis situation. And 2, 4, and 6. Right. Ooh. Yeah, that's right. The engineering.
Ooh.
Difficulty 4, complication, nation 4, and all of that complication is just there's systems on fire, people are screaming at him, he can't hear, or he has a bump on his head, he's still trying to figure out which way's up. There's a lot of things going wrong very quickly.
Assist.
Would troubleshooting or subspace comms be of good focus here?
Warp engines, warp drive.
Yeah. All right, I'll take momentum and two threat.
1 momentum and 2 threat. Alright, rolling 4 dice. You got this, you got this, you got this.
We got this.
Okay, and use determination to re-roll that complication. Welfare of the ship and crew, the responsibility of our engineers.
that would completely count. Actually, doesn't left have bold engineering? Or
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
he has
okay.
like, yeah, he has
he'll use
bold or
that instead
cautious.
of determination. Yeah, he's got bold.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he can do that. He rerolls. Complication goes away. We got 1 momentum. As left quickly, he remodulates the warp engines. Vera, on your console, you see that the warp engines come online, but you're not going anywhere. And a subspace bubble snaps into a shape around you. The effects next of this is it's not exactly an advantage to hit, but you can have 2 free momentum on the next wave, and use that to mitigate 8 damage, create an advantage, or reroll all my damage dice. I think that sounds fair.
Sorrel does the slightest of fist pumps.
Such display of emotions. Keep it under control, man.
Right.
That's out of line. Come on.
And that's clipped. All right. Now it's time for the damage dance. As another wave whoosh, just wipes right over you. So that is 1. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage and piercing 4.
What's the total damage again?
13 damage total. You do have 2 momentum. You could use that to force me to reroll as many of my damage dice as possible.
We'll only be taking 3 damage.
Piercing 4 ignores 4 of your resistance.
I know, I calculated that.
Okay, that's calculated.
Yeah.
You could do that. Or you could do that if you want. Would you like to spend the 2 floats from your subspace bubble to create any advantages off this?
Yes.
To what effect?
Well, do we need to recalculate the phase variance every wave?
In theory, that's what you would need to do. But if you create an advantage, maybe you could get ahead of that.
That's what I would like to do.
All right, you have advantage of predictive of subspace phase. All right, so this will make it easier. This will give you an advantage on predicting the next wave. As you're noticing a pattern with it. You take 3 damage. Let's go ahead and make that 5. Spending 2 threat to get it 2 more damage. That is 5, and a hit.
Yeah, you're gonna do that.
Hey, gets my momentum down. As your weapon systems flicker offline. Briefly.
Well, that's not too bad. We don't really have anything to shoot at right now.
Don't give me any ideas.
I know.
That is 2 players gone. I've now gone. Who is left? We have Fox, who's left. Either Fox the character or Fox the player could do something.
I don't really see anything I could do to help in this situation. Either as Fox or as another character.
maybe getting the evacuees aboard the shuttles.
Yeah, the Saratoga itself is too damaged to be moved anywhere, but the shuttles could potentially get as many people as possible onto the
Let's see.
Gungnir between the waves.
We had a crew
Uh,
complement of what, 147? We've lost 20, so you're talking about 127
kind of trying
remaining?
to keep it. If you have the runabouts in passenger configuration, you can pack 40 bodies in there. So 48 times 3 is 120. It might be a little tight. There might be some people sitting in laps, but you could do it.
Yeah. So let's get people corralled into the shuttles.
You can absolutely start doing that.
Yeah, if we can get everybody aboard the Gungnir, we can stop protecting the Saratoga.
Let's see. Yeah, they are not in your chain command. They are already in a state of panic, and holy shit, what was that? And for the
Your wake-up call to move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy.
they're kind of in a state.
How many Darwin Awards were we giving out today?
Yeah.
Just start shooting over their heads, Die Hard style.
Yeah. Well, security is meant to be able to move people around when in times
you
of
have-
crisis.
You do have a security team, and they could be of
Yeah.
assistance.
Yeah.
Would you like to decrease any difficulty or complication?
Let's go with the difficulty.
All right. Diff 4, comp 3.
Is there any chance I can sway security?
In what manner?
It's typically security's job to move people from dangerous situations.
This appears to be a dangerous situation. I will
Yeah.
accept that.
All right.
Space is falling apart. The ship's falling
Yeah.
apart.
I'm going to give you threat for 4 die and spend my determination. Let's see. Experience trumps all, or I defend those who can't fight.
I defend those who can't fight. These civilians are in a world of hurt without someone to protect them right now.
All right. Onwards and downwards.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, I didn't see that. That can't be right.
I got a candy cane. You see that right?
That's a candy cane.
Oh, dear.
Have you do you have a determination left?
That was with my determination.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you my determination. So you get to eagle again.
You have another point of determination. Do you want to reroll?
Yeah.
How many dice?
Choo-choo. Well, they're all 0, so let's go for the full boat.
Put them on the shuttles, not out the airlock.
Oh,
There we go.
there we go.
All right, she got 1 momentum off that. As for a brief moment, it flashes across your eyes the idea of going die hard on this and shooting above their heads to get their attention. But then, you realize this will not help the situation. So, you realize you have to protect these people. Oh, you're trying. You realize you have to protect these people, and you have to bring them to safety, and you convince them to go to the shuttles.
I kind of feel like if he did with those 2 complications, it would have been he depresses the cabin.
He depresses the cabin.
And he goes out out like in Aliens Insurgency.
He just pressed the button.
Depressurize the cabin and just vent everything, killing not only myself but the civilians and Rost.
No, you press the button. You say "Get out or you die," and then you leave.
It's yeah.
You don't have to go
you-
home, but you can't stay here.
So you went a bit too much stick and not enough carrot.
Only no stick.
There's no stick. You just put the barn on fire and tell the beast to move.
I have a hammer.
I'm thinking of I don't know if you've ever seen The Hunt for Red October, but the Sean Connery character is having tea with his guys, and he tells them the story of Cortez coming to the New World and the fact that he burned his ships to motivate his men. So
Yes. Good movie. Excellent.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, I love that submarine combat. It's so good.
Very good.
That is all the players. Players went last, so I guess bad guys go again.
Yep. Space bubble. Bubble. Boil and
Go
trouble.
whoosh. Oh, come on. Come on, I want some. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so that's like 9. I'm gonna reroll 9. I want some effects, darn it. All right, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, aim piercing 4. Damage, piercing 4.
Well, you're nothing if not consistent. Unfortunately, you're consistently getting a low number.
You do have the 2 float from the previous swart bubble. You're able to predict these waves. Would you like to use that 2 float to create advantage of sorts?
Yep. Like to create the same advantage we created last time.
All right. So you have two advantages. Is a predicting subspace bubble is getting easier and easier with each iteration. However, you do, let's see, 13. So 7 minus 4 is 3. So that is 10 damage. Is to the Gungnir. Do you still have shields?
Cap.
Another 13 damage.
Yep.
Oh, that is another 3 damage, and no, that we only had 2 shields left.
Wait, why is it 3 damage?
We have a resistance of 14.
No, the resistance is collapsed.
Oh.
Because I did it had more than 14 damage and the resistance collapsed. So you have resistance of 7 right now.
I mean, I thought the resistance is there until my turn happens again.
No. Oh, modulate shields is the resistance and stays until I actually manage to overcome the resistance. Then the resistance collapse.
Oh. Then we take 10 damage. So that was like 3 breaches.
2. 1 for +5, 1 for +5, 1 for collapsing your shields.
Oh, okay.
They'll hold together.
So-
And that's a second breach on
On structure. Let me double check what that does. So,
I think you
It's the
gotta roll the
breach.
D6.
is the breach calculator still up? Or Star Trek tracker?
Pretty sure that dents the fender. So, you know.
Okay, a breach table. Damaged.
Pylons are at a slightly different angle.
Roll
than they were
one
before.
challenge dice. If an
Right.
effect is rolled, then a random character, PC, or important NPC gets a lethal injury. May avoid as normal for NPC ships. One fewer turns during the next round.
You guys are lucky. As indeed the subspace ice wave hits the superstructure, starts creaking, and fields are buckling. The ship shakes, but no one important is hit. Top of the round, all players can go. We are now in round 2.
Ross, can you bring the shields back up? Sorry, left.
I'm left, yeah.
Left can.
I mean, what's actually what's left on until we could leave?
Gotta get the ships, the shuttles loaded
Yeah.
and back on the Gungnir.
And how many turns would that take?
The shuttles are almost loaded at everyone except for Ross's engineering team is on board. So Ross needs to get on board the shuttles. The shuttles then need to be recovered. Someone will need to make a roll to recover the shuttles.
So 2-player actions, pretty much.
Yes.
Okay. And look at that, we have enough momentum to do 2-player actions.
Great.
Does the runabouts beam us aboard quicker? Or does that not
Runabouts
make a
have
difference?
two. Runabouts have 2 transporter pads each, so you'll be beaming over 6 people at a time. Out of 120, it'll be quicker just to load them up, slap the doors closed, fly into the shuttle bay.
Get them all in one, or spend the time we don't have trying to do it piecemeal.
I was just thinking the engineering team if we were further away, but never mind.
You would still need someone to activate those transporter controls.
And given everything that's going on, we don't know if that's going to be an increased risk to teleport you out.
So sounds like Ross needs to make a run for it, and then Vera will need to command the shuttles to disembark and dock or return to ship. Is that the actions we want to go for?
Let's do it.
Sounds alright to me.
Ross, you need to run for it.
Run, Ross, run.
Run, Ross, run. Let's see. Normally Div 2. Still not completely familiar with the ship, so you might get lost. And the ship is kind of compromised. And let's make this spicy. 2, 4, and 6. 6. Let's make that spicy.
Ooh, that's an extra spicy meatball.
as the ship's structure is compromised, his bulkheads are collapsing. Your foot it steps through the bulkhead and through an emergency force field. So yeah, there's a lot of things that can go wrong very quickly on this run back.
Okay, I'll have to use momentum and threat for 4 dice.
1 momentum and 1 threat? Or 1 momentum, 2 threat?
Yeah. Can I use my running dramatically in front of an explosion focus?
I mean, don't you mean stalwart?
Star World focus.
That was stalwart trait. Yeah, I don't know if that helps. All right, here we go.
You make it, but there's a complication.
Hang on one second.
Let's see. Going once.
Legion of Honor.
That's... What does that do?
Ignore a single complication.
Oh, look at that. There's a complication. I'm gonna ignore it. As your foot does fall through one of the collapsing emergency force fields, but you manage to pull yourself back up, and the force field kind of snaps back in place long enough for you to run across it, and you make it to the shuttle. Everyone's locked and loaded. And there's 1 momentum, and it is the second round. Two threat, you can keep the initiative. Or swift task.
Take 2 threat.
What's the worst that can happen? It's only reality collapsing around us.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. I see no danger here.
Read.
Okay, day. Was that for a swift or a keep? Is Ross going again, or is Vera taking her turn?
Am I what?
What's the plan, Stan? Ross, did you want to take another action, or did you want to pass it on to Vera? Because the same cost, just depends on who's going next.
Am I not in the runabout?
You are in the runabout.
Not sure what else to do.
Okay, I guess it's Vera's turn. Vera, you get the signal that the shuttles are locked, loaded, and ready to take off.
All right, I will give them the commands that are needed.
Order them to return to docking bay. You are preparing the docking bay. Presence con. Normally diff 3. I'm gonna say because of the situation diff 4. And let's put some mustard on that. Communication con. Presence con diff 4, complication 3, and assisted by ship's communication con. As you are trying to get on the con and and communicate to the hangar deck to be ready to receive the shuttles and get a flight path and for the shuttles to quickly dock in your fly through shuttle bay on deck 8.
Right.
I think it was deck 8. I should double check that.
Take 2 threat, 1 momentum spent.
All right.
Does this have collision risks?
Yes, it does, as the shuttles could run into each other.
All right, reduce the difficulty of the task.
Div 3.
I spent threat, so I'll re-roll that 0.
And communications con from the ship. Oh, I'm assuming you had time. Would you like to spend a minor action and turn on the con system, actually?
Didn't we get the collision avoidance feature?
The con system is still impacted, so you need a minor action to turn on the secondaries.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Which I haven't been keeping track of. But that is good. You got 2 momentum. Am off it. As the shuttles are en route to dock up, they'll be docked with the ship at the top of the round.
Nice.
Shuttles are on their way, loaded with passengers. You do have 2 momentum. Would you like to keep or swift? Well, you're already kept, so
we
this
can't
will be
keep,
so swift task. Anything else you would like to do? As of
so everybody is off the
yep,
all the shuttles are loaded. Everyone's
off the
other ship.
Everyone's off the Saratoga. Saratoga is abandoned.
Do we have the capability of going to warp at the moment?
You could, but you still have lingering complications because the subspace fields are all over the place. So it would be a standard difficulty 3 task, but your complication range is, you are not sure because subspace is doing weird things right now.
Would
I'm gonna go for it.
Would our advantages with the phase variance calculations help us at all?
Those would help.
I'm going for it.
You're going for it? You're gonna make a jump?
Going for it.
Yeah, and you could just say that the shuttles are just gonna make a jump for it, and you're gonna rendezvous with them once you are out of danger. Whenever.
So I thought you said the shuttles were in the.
They're not in the shuttle bay yet. They'll be at the top of the round. So after all the players are gone.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, there are runabouts. They do have warp drives.
Well, yeah, but would they have to make separate rolls?
No. With the contest, with the success of the contest, I'll allow you to say that you told the shuttlebouts to rendezvous with you over here and make a warp jump.
And just sending them the information.
Yep, and you're just coordinating where that rendezvous is and how that's going to line up. So daring, con, normal difficulty 4, 3. Let's bump that up to 4. Complication range is, oh my goodness.
Complication range is just a skull.
Don't forget those advantages.
Con. And you do have 2 advantages. And spending the 2 momentum to swift task, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Yes, we are swift tasking.
And one final question.
One final answer?
Actually, I have a couple questions of what I have.
Go ahead.
So we're trying to basically like dive through subspace bands, right?
Essentially, yes.
Would you call this a precision maneuver?
We are really stretching the definition of
If
that.
you can say no. That's fine. I'm making sure I'm using what I have if I can. You know.
I'm kind of liking it though. You are essentially dodging the waves by diving beneath them. So I will call this a precision maneuver.
All right.
That is silly, but let's do it.
I mean, it makes visual sense if she just says put the calculations on screen as like a visual, and then it's literally just navigating through.
Mm-hmm. And part of that is the complication of normally when you go to warp, you just say I'm going to go to warp 5, and the engines jump to warp 5, whatever. Now you have to be very careful about how you go to warp 5 and the phase variance and the Cochrane's and that you reach into, because if you hit certain subspace bubbles, you will ricochet off. But you do have two advantages, is that you know what some of those subspace frequencies are. How would you like to apply those advantages?
And I can choose how they're applied.
Yep, they are your advantages.
And I can lower complication, or I can save it for.
You can lower error complication, or if you want, you could save it for floating momentum at the end. I'm not sure if that's an actual thing, but it kind of makes sense, so I'm kind of homebrewing that.
I guess I'll use the advantage to like guarantee that the ships, the shuttles will arrive if we make it there.
Okay, so one advantage that guarantees shuttle safety, the shuttles have the frequency as well. If you make it, the shuttles will make it.
And the other advantage I'll just use to lower the complication.
All right, and we're at comp 4.
All right, so diff 3, comp 4, take 3 threat. And I will use my value, the less friction when the stakes are high, and just spend my determination now.
If there was ever a time to spend a determination,
Actually, so just 2 threat then for you.
Yep. Yep, 2 threat, and then you be rolling 3 dice. Because you have +2 hits.
Alright, this needs to be daring. Okay, here we go.
Yes.
Oh, you're so good.
Yes! And that was diff 3, so we have 2 float.
We need to fire the ship in the most stupid. We need to fire the ship in the most stupid way possible. On it.
As you don't even bother or getting the shuttles else to dock. You get the signal that the shuttles are loaded. And you're just like, no, go. Warp to these coordinates, and it's at this frequency. Use this subspace configuration now. And you and the shuttles, all of you jump to warp. You are now at warp speed, as behind you another subspace shockwave whoosh, washes over, and you see in the rear of your rear viewer, the Saratoga crumples, falls apart, and explodes into 1,000 pieces. You are now at warp. The shockwave is still coming after you. but you are at. However, you are at warp. You are trying to dodge this thing. So I'm gonna say, let's have some fun here. We're gonna throw a little bit of everyone at this. So normally diff 3. So 2, 4. Okay, so let's get that. And then yep, because I had 10 threat, we're just gonna drop all that in. The engines. Con. We are kind of breaking away from the scene as this is your attempt to resist. It's the enemy effect. However, Sorel, you can offer assistance with reason in science as you are trying to feed the exact frequencies needed. And Rost, you can assist with with daring engineering as you're trying to make these calculations quickly.
Take a threat.
And Captain, you can go ahead and throw in a presence command to coordinate all this.
Okay, take a threat.
So, oh yeah, we basically have a big problem here, and everyone's gonna have. Okay, so let me break this up. We have a big problem here. All the players are gonna have one role they can do to create an advantage or something to help this out, as everyone is working together to make this work.
So we just do a single roll.
Yeah, all players get one role to create an advantage of some sort.
I'll go first. Take a threat and 2 momentum for 4 dice.
One threat, two momentum for 4 dice. Sorrel, you're getting like a full dice roll.
Okay, that was what I was asking.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I kind of changed up like halfway through the sentence
Okay.
because I figured
Really
this is
Not assist.
it's not assistance. You're each getting one roll singular to create an advantage in this roll, or generate momentum or something.
Okay, I pretty much got 2 advantages.
Yeah. As you generate 3 momentum, you have 1 advantage on the board. Do you want to spend 2 more to create an additional one? Because creating advantage is normally diff 2. So, you got 5 total, so it's 3 momentum generated.
But I guess that's a yes.
So, yes, Calder?
Could you repeat that?
Okay. So, creating advantage is a diff 2. You're doing presence command. So
Yeah, that.
You passed, you got one advantage, you generate 3 momentum. You can spend 2 more momentum to create another advantage.
Yeah, I'll do that and leave the 1 momentum for the next person.
Okay, and how are these advantages applied? How is Calder helping in this situation?
Organizing everyone, making sure that they're doing what they need to be doing.
All right, you have 2 advantages. Sorel, you have 1 roll all to do. What would you like to do to create an advantage?
I'll spend 3 threat for 4 die.
What action are you taking? What is Sorel doing on the bridge to help?
I am going to be calibrating the sensors, using the sensors to again identify the phase variance and the location of these waves, and then communicating that to the con, so that they can use that to plot the most optimum path out.
Okay. It's a bit more difficult because you're still trying to figure out this phenomenon. Difficulty 3, but this will generate 1 advantage. You can, and if you generate any momentum, you can spend that to create additionals.
All right. Yep. I'll give you 3 threat.
All right. And I need to spin down the threat on that stream. All right, that is. I math occasionally 5, 6 on a diff 3. That is 3 momentum generated. So that is
Okay.
1 additional advantage. Would you like to create any others?
Yes, I would.
2 momentum for 1 advantage each. How much? How much do you want to spend?
I'll spend 2 momentum for 1 advantage.
All right. So we have 4 advantages on the table total. Rust.
See,
Not necessarily the character, but you as a player. What would you like to do to help in this situation?
we're going to try and optimize the warp bubble for the frequency necessary, as well as squeeze every bit of speed out of the warp core.
And Lefts can be doing all this?
Yeah, I guess if I'm still, I guess
Yeah,
I'm
you're
in
still-
the shuttle still, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you're still
Okay,
in
so
the
Lefts.
shuttles, so. And engines, that's engineering roll. So, we're kind of doing a couple things at once, but daring engineering, difficulty 4.
Okay, I'm going to spend point of momentum, give you 2 threat for bold engineering.
1 point of momentum, and then 2 threat. And I did that backwards. Again.
Engines engineering. Nice.
Nice. All right, so that is 5, 6, 2 momentum extra. And we're up to 5 advantages. Would you like to spend to create additional? Two momentum creates 1 additional advantage.
Trying to think of another advantage. Maybe shaping the shields to be more resistant to the shockwave.
You're able to boost extra power to the structural integrity field. I'll
Okay.
take that.
Okay.
So we are at 6 advantages total. All right. Fox.
Yes.
What would Zogar do from the bridge to help in this situation? You are currently trying to run away from a subspace shockwave at warp.
Given what I know about Zogar, which is admittedly very little, he would.
He's a very private man.
I imagine he'd do something with the shields.
You could
I don't
try
think
to.
shooting at the waves would help us in this matter.
No, but you could remodulate the shields using
Yeah.
the frequencies.
Yep.
Shields are down, but I'm just going to use that to increase the difficulty, saying you have to get the shield back up.
Okay.
Normally diff 2. Let's spend a little bit of this. Because you might not understand the math. You might miss. It's the frequency he needed. But then we have structure and security. Difficulty 4, complication 3, and you can remodulate the shields, creating yet another advantage.
Okay. Then I am going to give you threat for 4 die, and I'll have shield management as a focus.
Absolutely. All right, so then and then structure security on the ship. Two floats so far. Someone have the ship?
Oh, sorry.
All right, you got 2 float. We are currently at 7 advantages. You can spend 2 momentum to create yet another one. So you really boost the frequency.
Yeah. Great, another
All
advantage
right.
for the shields.
So we have a total of 7 advantages built up for you, Vera. Let's look back at that original roll. That was Control Con, Diff 4, Comp 5. I'm going to spend 2 more. Make that at difficulty 5. However, you do have 7 advantages. You can apply those how you want. So, how are you going to bring this all down? As your teammates have been working tirelessly over the past minute to make this work.
That is so many more than I know how to deal with. Really.
Advantages can just knock down difficulty or complication. Just directly 1-to-1.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I could do difficulty as well.
Yep.
Why don't we just make this a diff 0 comp 3 test then?
Spend it to diff 1, comp 0. Diff 1, comp 3.
Then I'd have 1 advantage left, right?
No. Oh, you spent the advantage down. I spent 2 momentum and to bring it back up to a difficulty. So
2 threat. Okay.
Yeah, I spent 2 threat too. You spent it all down.
Okay. You can have another threat.
I'm gonna spend it back. Diff 2.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm gonna crawl all back as much of that difficulty as I can.
Oh, here you go. It's Vera. No!
No.
I mean, the engines were pretty beaten up.
You do gain 3 momentum off that.
Quash.
You sure?
Yeah.
You're positive?
Not on an yes, on an engine test, absolutely, I'm sure.
Final answer?
Yeah. We're quashing.
As the entire our crew of the Gungnir work together to solve this impossible problem of riding through a collapsing subspace wave, staying underneath it. Thank you, Wedgetail.
Vera just kind of looks back. Hey, Captain, you ever felt a barrel roll at warp speed?
As indeed, you pull a barrel roll at warp speed.
It probably does not feel good.
That was intense. But you're warping out. Engines are humming, shields are humming, and you're getting that distortion that's buzzing the superstructure of the ship. In fact, Bailey's in the back just going as the inertial dampeners are straining to keep up. And finally, swoosh. Space goes quiet. Engines are still, the engines and all the consoles are still screaming in noises, but all the exterior sensors and subspace appears to be calm.
Well,
Oh,
Guys, I think we're alive.
we made it.
indeed.
Check. See if you can find the IFF of that fuel transport.
Say again?
The other ship that was stranded here.
Oh, yeah. 1 second.
Darn it, forgot something. I forgot about that. Reason is in Con Diff 3, assisted by Sensors Con, to detect that other ship.
Take threat.
1 is the loneliest number that you ever seen. Do. The other ship, the Mountain Blaster, is still in one piece. It has a heavy radiation leak, but it is still holding together.
Should have time to get to the other one.
You should have time to get to the other one before it blows up, because apparently the universe is done screwing with you.
Just wants us to let our guard down.
So Rel, you might find this interesting. Reason and science. Given you've been at this whole episode, difficulty 3. And sensor science.
Testing a theory.
Absolutely.
I'll burn 2 threat to get the 4th die.
Sensor science. Got it. Would you like to
We'll
quash?
Yep.
Interesting enough, you look out across subspace. All subspace bands are available.
Okay. Situation normal.
Situation normal. Would you like to have a think about this?
Yes, I would like to have a think about this.
Well, you do have a science question.
The hell? Wait, is that a science question? Let's see.
Specifically, what the hell happened? Warp drives work by expending energy to change the laws of physics locally. In order to keep a warp bubble up, you have to keep expending energy. simple thermodynamics. If you don't keep pumping energy into the system, it eventually falls back to a 0 point state. Whatever disruption happened to subspace, it created waves. It created these bubbles, but it eventually smoothed itself out because the universe wants to be at rest. It doesn't like being all stirred up.
Steady state.
Yep, it went back to its 0 point. And the shockwaves are, and the subspace shockwaves were just a result of that. Evening itself out as subspace levels collapse on top of each other. Energy had to go somewhere, so it created a graviton ripple.
So it's possible that all of this is a secondary effect of something else that happened.
Yes. Which we were looking on temporal mechanics. And how many successes do we have in that? It was like 6 or 7?
5, 6,
Five.
6, maybe 6.
It was
yeah,
6.
5, yeah.
All right.
6. Okay, 6. Yeah. Yeah, because there was the one extra. Yep.
All right. You are able to cruise at maximum warp and pick up the mountain blaster and bring it back into steady order. Nothing significant happens. Sorrel, you may resume your science.
Okay. Testing a theory plus the threat for 5.
All right, so 5 more threat. Didn't even increase your complication, man.
The one time you don't.
How can this mess you up?
Patterson was assisting on this stuff.
Yeah, Patterson can assist. Patterson can throw in a dice. Maybe we'll hit it.
Ross, you gonna do that?
Oh, Patterson? Yeah, sure.
Yep.
And we are just about ready to wrap up. Patterson. 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 Patterson.
Reason science?
Reason science. 1 dice.
Oh.
It is inconclusive at this point. However,
I mean, does someone need a termination?
Yeah.
are you determined?
Patterson?
Naked.
Sorrel, you are determined.
Okay. I'm gonna roll that complication again.
Go for it. Complicate. Complicate. Complicate.
Unbelievable.
The universe does not want you to know this.
Yeah,
Well.
inconclusive. And some of your calculations are tripping in a security feature. It is starting to lock out some of your files.
What?
You are tripping over something you're not supposed to.
Okay. Well.
Captain Calder.
Of fucking course.
Reason command difficulty 2.
I only know what it is.
So do you even want to roll? You don't have to.
I mean, is it the Omega Protocol?
Indeed, this is a very specific Greek letter. His calculations are pointing towards it.
Oh, I just saw that episode.
and
I don't
he
have any idea what we're talking about.
only Captain Calder knows. Only command level officers even know about this protocol.
Unless this is the dark side protocol. I don't know.
I mean, I at least know the simple guide, so we don't end up just drifting in space.
Yeah, you can override it.
Yeah, I'll type in the override code, then just tell him to just plot a new course.
And ignore what you saw. You didn't see anything. You managed to get back to Starbase. After you've been out in space for about 24 hours, and you come back with a couple breaches, so that's fun. You can stay in dock, and one breach each removes one one day removes one breach, so you're gonna be staying in dock for a couple
So 3 days. Yeah,
3
3
days?
days.
I thought it was 4. I think I got 4 breaches on you.
Oh, yeah. You put one in comms. Yeah, 4 days.
Yep. So you're gonna be stuck in dock for 4 days to repair all that. The starbase is in disarray. In fact, let's go back to the map.
Does it have physical damage on it?
There is some physical damage. There's a lot of ships that are just mulched and coming in limping as they ran straight into the subspace zones. There is some damage on the communication arrays, but there's some damage on the communication arrays of the starbase, but they're being repaired as well. The population is unconsolable. They are panicking. They're wondering what the heck happened. We don't know what that is. Is it going to happen again? How are we going to stop this? And then Bailey pipes up. Huh. Commander Rost?
Yes.
This is unusual, but I just received some patch notes for our communication array. These come in at regular intervals. However, this particular patch requires that we take our comms offline for 2 hours in order to refresh the firmware. Would you like to schedule that in along with our repairs? It can't be at the same time repairing the systems, but afterwards, as we can bring it down for 2 hours.
What's fixed in the patch?
You can look at the patch notes.
Yeah, work the patch, but prioritize fixing the structure first, and then like while we're repairing the structure and engine, we could read through this patch note and figure out what this patch is.
Reason in engineering. How thoroughly are you going to be looking through these patch notes? I mean, you could just breeze through the diff 1, but if you want to really dig down and debug this and put it in a ghost file, or put it in a ghost box.
Yeah, we gotta figure out if this patch has some ghost notes. Phantom notes.
Phantom notes. I mean, you do get firmware patches from Starfleet all the time. That's just par for the course. It's just that this one, and in particular, requires the comm raise to be down. That's why Bailey even brought up to your attention. Otherwise, just okay. Patch notes, update, 8, go through.
Yeah, we want to know why it wants the comm systems down before we apply it.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 5, how deep are you diving?
4.
Okay. Reason engineering to 4. do you want to run this through a computer or simulation?
Sure.
I forgot what that is called, where you get a computer that's off network and you run simulations in it.
Sandbox?
Yeah, a sandbox. Let it run in a sandbox. And I have to. Let's have a little fun with this. And computers, engineering.
Okay, I'm going to give you 3 threat for 4 dice. Can I have a focus in computers?
Absolutely. Ooh, nice. This is gonna be fun. And you got 2 momentum off that. And where are you on my... You may ask additional questions for momentum.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, I do remember this episode.
One momentum to ask that question.
Yes, please.
Well, those are 2 different questions. Do you want to know who done it or what will it do?
Can I only pick one, or can I get 2?
You can spend both of them and get both answers.
Yeah.
All right. 2 questions for 2 momentum.
Yeah.
Hello?
To do?
Oh, okay. It was just really quiet.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to request a senior staff meeting.
Commander.
We received a patch that seemed to be from Starfleet for our comm system. It was unusual in that it requested us to take the comm system down for a while. But it is not what it appears to be. It looks like some kind of virus or worm that once activated, it would seem to mimic the subspace communications collapse on our comm system, so we wouldn't be able to communicate. And it looks like it's from some type of hostile alien of some type.
I would recommend we don't use the patch, Commander.
Right, yeah. I
Goodness.
think we should probably look into it and see if we can figure out a little bit more about it.
I will
Yeah.
clarify a bit. When I mean truly alien mind, this isn't like alien as in it's another culture. This isn't a Romulan code. This is the code that comes from a mind that isn't humanoid. They don't think in two dimensions and maybe height. This would be an organism that does not live in an M-class world. Something truly unique and alien.
And it was sent specifically to us, but not other starships.
Oh, no. That's the terrible thing.
Oh,
Bailey
great.
clarifies, this was a mass update. All Federation comm systems on the entire Silk Road, every subspace radio, has received this patched. And
Maybe
it
we
says
should-
in the patch notes, specifically, it was made in response to the phenomenon, and this is a way to circumvent it. So people
this-
are going to be very eager to install this patch.
So this is their move then.
Captain, I think we need to get on the horn to Starfleet and get an urgent message sent out to all captains in the area to not install this if it's not too late.
Yes, set up a high priority to all Starfleet ships, and to even patch it through Naya.
President's command. Sure, let's get a hold of Naya.
Okay, take it through at GM.
Did Starfleet forget to update its Norton subscription?
This bypasses
Too
Norton.
expensive.
Okay, that is.
That is 200. Naya is on the horn.
Dang it, ship.
However, she has a limited amount of time because, as holy crap, the entire sector is on fire. Yeah,
Okay, I'm
5
good.
minutes of my time.
Okay, I'm quickly gonna explain. We found some discrepancies in this patch note. Goss, tell them.
Ross, explain it as quickly as you can. You have 4.5 minutes.
Admiral, this patch that was sent out appears to come from Starfleet Engineering. It is not a patch. It's a virus to infect the comm system of Starfleet ships and take them down. It also appears to be from some type of advanced, malevolent, very different alien species. Something I don't think we've seen before that I know of. So this could be a prelude to an attack or some type of other disruption. But it's urgent that we tell all Starfleet ships and that who have received this not to install this patch.
Oh no.
And any of them that have, we need to, do something to help them out.
I would like to spend the momentum.
To do what?
To say that even though it might be to that at least the other ships in the Silk Road Initiative don't have this.
The other, you are able to catch this in time. That Starfleet vessels themselves haven't and got this in.
Okay.
Starfleet vessels else have just been too busy with emergency repairs that they haven't bothered installing patch notes because they need the radar on the entire time. However, I spent 8 threat. This patch has been in waiting on the desk for 24 hours. So that's 24 hours of people already installing this. And how many people have auto updates?
Stupid auto update.
Okay, Naya, send a full like state of emergency to do not install this patch.
Presence command.
It's Y24K.
Y24K. Yeah. Comm systems are already compromised. This is to send out your public service announcement.
Okay, 3 threat for 4 dice. Get a reroll, that's 0. Someone roll the ship for me.
That is 1 momentum.
Can it also include a little rainbow star that says "the more you know"?
Sure.
Good.
You eagerly and desperately send out a communique to as many ships as you can. Emergency broadcast as frequency. Do not install this update. It is a virus. Problem is, the ships that have already installed the virus are scanning the airwaves for such a message, and they do not hear it. Who knows how many comm systems are compromised or how widespread this virus is. At least Starfleet vessels and Starbase Aegis is protected, but any civilian ship out there, any colony radio, you don't know how widespread this is. Everyone's in a panic, trying to make sure that their radios work, and inevitably they fell into the trap They fell into the trap and downloaded the back door that this unknown enemy force needed to infiltrate the Silk Road.
Okay, is there a way to figure out the source of where this patch note came from?
I think the source is pretty obvious, isn't it?
Do you have a theory, Vera?
Well, yeah, we know that there's a hacker. We know that the source of the subspace anomaly that this is exploiting is based in the Devil's Triangle. I'm pretty sure this all leads back to, well, our little criminal syndicate.
Platinum Man and the Black Widow.
I mean, okay, with what my con officer had just said, Admiral, am I allowed to go into the Devil's Triangle?
Ooh. Okay. So
The only problem I have with that theory, though, is this notion that this is the product of some truly alien. Like, it's not just like the Black Widow viruses. I think that we dealt with earlier. They didn't have that signature. Is that correct?
Now that you think about it, they do, because the Black Widow, if you remember from the dossier, is Tholian.
Oh, okay. Well, great. Perfect.
Hence Widow, because I am secretly 12.
Of course. So yeah.
All right, so this is normally an impossible task, asking Ing to go into the Devil's Triangle. What evidence do you have to bring this task down? Bring me everything you have. Everything
one thing,
over all the games.
We have the hacked satellites, the hacked
The research
like
on the
relays.
planets.
The research on the planets. We have the hacked relays that point back that way.
And the suns, the stars that were moved.
Yeah,
Captain Fred's testimony.
Cameron's testimony. Yeah.
The
Mysterious messages that keep showing up in Sorrel's inbox.
Do you think that's coming? Do you think the mysterious messages are coming from the Latin man?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Do
They're weird.
Do you want to reveal that to Admiral Nea?
No, actually, never mind.
You've been getting weird emails?
Yeah, I have.
Explain them to me.
Oh yeah,
First
you
of
don't
all,
know
I
about
mean,
this.
I wasn't here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I keep getting.
I was watching Spider-Man.
No, that's a good one.
It's about renewing your Starship's warranty.
Sorrel, go ahead and explain to Captain Calder.
Yeah, I've been getting very cryptic, mysterious messages that have, some of which have proved fairly helpful. One pointed me towards a, was it a star cluster? What was it? It was something. Oh yeah, a solar storm. Which didn't really tell me a whole lot. But oh my gosh, wow. I'm just realizing that I had gotten a message about the chronoton radiation from this guy, and it's the same 0.000047 nanograms. That is the number from the Pico Pullman. Wow. So this guy knows. This guy's got an inside. He's got inside information on this because he forewarned about this this weird the weird effects that are happening to our doubled Ferengi. But anyway, I got a message about some solar storm, that area. It was in the middle of nowhere, nothing really apparent, but shortly thereafter we had that temporal effect.
Doubled Ferengi? Sorry, what?
Yeah, the two Ferengi. We have doubled Ferengi.
What?
Greks and Alpha Greks and Beta Greks.
You don't know if they're playing dumb or not with this.
Isn't he back on the station?
No, he's on the ship.
He's on the ship.
Yeah, we got him with us.
Both of them.
Yeah.
I
Why are there two?
Time
What?
travel, time stuff, temporal stuff.
Time stuff. Yeah, and he's
Temporal
the one
mechanics,
that
not even once, man. You have no idea how knotted my timeline's getting.
Okay, but
So anyway, this guy's given us info, and it's proven useful.
Yeah, trying to understand temporal mechanics without knowing temporal mechanics is like untying your Gordian knots.
Yeah, Sora will launch into an explanation of the equations that will literally make your eyes glaze over if you like.
Do you have a whiteboard?
Yeah, he's like.
You are running out of time before Admiral Nea gets pulled away.
Yeah, it's Jeremy Barabee, man. That's what I got for you.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so we have about like 6 evidences is dropped on the table. Anything else
I
convincing?
mean, also so the proof that more evidence of this hack was made by the Black Widow.
You don't have. There's not a distinctive enough signature to prove that the satellite hacks and this communication hack came from the same person. There's similar styles, but there's not a distinctive enough thread to say they're both the same person.
It's so close towards related, so if it's not made by,
It's at least circumstantial. I'll give you that.
yeah. So we get like 6.5 things of evidence.
I could offer expert evidence as a former pirate that this would be a really good place to hide out. Anecdotal evidence, at least.
That, and also so showing that some.
And we also know. Go ahead.
Also, so someone who was ex-Federation to at least have knowledge of command level protocols.
And we also have the Iconian angle, which has popped up a couple times. It seems to be correlated with both whatever technology they may be using and with some of the other phenomena we run into.
Yeah, like these guys use both Borg and Iconian tech.
Excuse me one moment. Okay, let me explain here for a little bit. I was counting on my right hand, strong positive evidence that would help their case, and on my left hand, and they were building up circumstantial weak evidence, and that what would convince Naya. They hit 5 on circumstantial weak evidence before they completed this. So this task is currently impossible. Naya thinks that this is too wishy-washy and too risky to get in there. That plus the recent Omega event coming from the Devil's Triangle, they don't want. She is doubly sure she doesn't want starships going in there.
to 14.
Okay. Yep, that's good to know because I have a 7-year-old.
With the Matrix, I can see how people didn't like it, but I really liked it.
Yeah,
And I'm back.
Okay.
And okay, Naya considers all the evidence and you've placed down. You can kind of see her doing math in her head and kind of weighing one thing against the other, and she shakes her head and said, "I'm sorry, Ari Calder. I can't allow you to do it. Especially with this recent event involving a certain radiation, and I think it's too great of a risk as to go into the Devil's Triangle at this time. And our evidence doesn't point directly to one person in running a giant crime syndicate throughout the road. We're seeing several different independent agents.
Admiral Naya, your decision is not logical.
I also have the concern of several billion people all across 6 sectors.
Who are a threat from this.
There are more immediately at threat at whatever this subspace phenomenon is.
Which may
These
be
people are just going to keep ramping it up. I saw it start.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Captain, and my decision's final. If you can find me more convincing evidence, a solid thread that says that all of these crimes are linked together, I might approve it. But from what I'm seeing, this is a bunch of bad actors, a bunch of very bad actors, but they're not connected in any significant way. My decision's final. Admiral Naya out, and she closes the con.
So, are we going in anyway?
I don't want to go in with our ships still damaged. So
You're not pricked yet, but you still have 4 days to figure out what to do while your ship's being repaired.
yeah, we have 4 days to find evidence, and if we do need to travel to certain locations, we could just take the Slifnir. And we could actually find more details of what this virus actually does in a more contained location, like deep in like.
Okay, I'm back.
We got 4 days to at least get evidence until.
Okay, so I'm gonna peel back the layers a little bit. Yeah, you have a couple of threads here. You can wait out your 4 days and stay on Starbase. Maybe use the Slipnir to run out and gather some more evidence. And something that will pin all of this on Latin Man. At the end of the 4 days, you do have the waypoint location that Captain Fred gave you. It
Let's
is
do
not
something about Greks.
Yeah, you could follow up on Greks. Captain Fred did give you a nav point. He is willing to help you with that. The nav point is in legal space. You can legally go there. And you do have reasonable expectation. You do have reasonable cause to follow up on that lead. That might be something. You could chase down this hacker location and maybe you trace down the Black Widow, or we can steal the Enterprise and go rogue and yeehaw our way into the Devil's Triangle.
I mean, that's probably during the 2 sessions later, not the next session. I mean, if we do need a ship, I do know people where we can quote unquote borrow.
I just want to be clear that Sorrel has a version of the Sulu off-duty jacket from Star Trek 3, and he's ready to rock.
Styling with that leather jacket, huh?
Oh yeah.
So
what do you have? Do you literally have a the equivalent of in case
in case we go rogue. That's right.
in case of felony, break glass.
Yep. Sorrel is always prepared.
Okay, so you do want to take one episode to take one final swing, follow up on leads, and if that doesn't work, then we're gonna steal the Gungnir.
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially, because we still got to do. Yeah, so either I mean, if we need a ship, we could probably borrow one. Well, hitch a ride or from either use the Ecliptic or Rampart or get a surprise guest star next week with a
Possibly.
ship.
I will say, a captain, you're not gonna have to string up the ship like Christmas lights and make it so 2 cadets and a monkey can run it. Your entire crew is with you. If you say you're making the right call, all 550 crewmen and are standing right behind you. You'll go into a fully staffed ship.
Wow.
Yeah, they've seen what you've seen. They've been in the shit with you. They're just as convinced as you are, and yeah, if you say, "Hey, let's go break the law," they're right behind you.
Yep. It's true.
Yeah, not so much for Fox.
Look,
Legit, he's not been
now.
on the ship for very long. He has not seen everything you guys seen.
Awesome.
The
So he's not willing
Achilles.
to go break Federation law for you.
The Achilles is currently at Starbase Ace-27. They're not quite available. Oh, they're getting refitted right now.
Bummer. Would have been
I
nice to
mean,
have a heavy gun with us.
I mean, what about the other three ships that you target squadron, like the?
I'll have to double check. I believe the Kismet is in the core worlds right now. She's way the heck out there. Maxwell Planck Inc. is still nearby. And then of course there's the Rampart and the Ecliptic.
Ooh, what about the Klingons?
Yeah, the Klingon friends that I keep forgetting you have. The Braytok. So you do have friends available.
If you're gonna go rogue, you gotta go with Klingons.
Oh yeah.
So as we consider treason and disobeying direct act orders, we shall close out tonight's episode. Did my vent go off? No. Keep playing. Play that main theme. Where's the jukebox? Play the music. And go. And with that, the credits will roll. Thank you guys for playing tonight. Things were found out, adventures were had, and more questions were brought up. And we will see tomorrow, and we'll see next week if we can scrounge up enough evidence to finally convince Admiral Naya that indeed there is a kingpin on the Silk Road who's responsible for all the crime. Or if we have to commit a little treason. Until next time, I have been in The Author. This is our wonderful crew. Music by Kevin Macload. You can catch his music on incomptech.com. We play every Thursday night, 7 p.m. EST. And we are forever grateful to Modifius for giving us the tall ship, and Gene Roddenberry for giving the stars to guide us. Until next time, stay safe, fly true, and remember, your story matters. Have a good night.